Please rise as you are able. I now call this meeting of City Council to order.
We acknowledge that this meeting is taking place on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people. The Anishinaabe include the Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. We're dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture and committed to moving forward in the spirit of reconciliation and respect with all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. You may be seated. Welcome to our virtual City Council meeting. I'd like to remind everyone, due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, City Council is continuing to practice physical distancing for the moment, with members of Council, the executive management team, and the City Clerk participating via video conference. Members of the senior leadership team that have items on tonight's agenda are not visible, but available to answer any questions, and we will, of course, be receiving public deputations virtually tonight as well. Before we begin, there are a few very important staff that I would like to recognize for their recent and upcoming retirements. By virtue of not meeting last Monday, or at least deferring our council or general committee meeting date to tonight, we missed the opportunity to say goodbye in person to a very important person, and that is Cheryl Swan, our Deputy City Clerk, who retired officially from the city on September 30th. In the interim, Cheryl started her career in the Recreation Services Department as the Administrative Assistant to the Director, then moved to Legislative and Court Services as the Supervisor of Administration, then moved to the Office of the General Manager of Community and Corporate Services, and ended her career, of course, as our Deputy City Clerk in Legislative and Court. I want to thank Cheryl for her years of service to the corporation, and as well her constant professionalism and her formality, not something that we always have practiced, especially during this pandemic. But Cheryl, I think, brought that incredible degree of respect to of municipal government and of the municipal process and the legislative process to her role. And so it was always a pleasure for me, because I knew I was dealing with somebody who really believed in what we were doing, the importance of what we were doing, and the importance of doing it right. All good characteristics for a Deputy City Clerk. We will indeed miss you, Cheryl. We wish you all the best in your next chapter and your new adventures. Also, I would like to acknowledge tonight the retirement of one of our most senior leaders, and that is Andrea Miller, General Manager of Infrastructure and Growth Management, who will be retiring from the city in the coming weeks. Andrea joined us in 2017 as the Director of Planning and Building Services, and that was after already almost a 30-year career in the private sector as a professional planner. 2019, Andrea was named the new General Manager of Infrastructure and Growth Management, and has made an incredible contribution to our organization and to the city. She has a solutions-oriented, customer service-driven approach, and I can tell you time and again how much I appreciated that approach in dealing with the difficult balance of matters that fell under a sweeping portfolio that includes virtually all public works, planning matters, engineering, and really city building in the city of Barrie. It's really a part of her very well-deserved professional legacy to this organization. It set the tone, and it was appreciated in the community and within our own organization. I want to thank Andrea for her extensive contributions to the city over the last 4 years. Wish her all the best in her next chapter, which I understand includes some travel. I hope you are able to do all of that travel, and we're all increasingly able to do that in the future. But in particular, Ms. Miller, I wanted to recognize and thank you because you are a true city builder. You brought to this role and to this organization a belief in this city and where it could go with its ongoing evolution. And I think you will see your legacy in many of the projects that are coming out of the ground now around the city and will come out of the ground in the near future. Because that's one of the weird parts of being part of the planning process. You set the plans and it's only in the passage of time as things are developed and turn into new neighborhoods and new places that you truly see the legacy and impact. But we will surely miss you, and we thank you for your contributions to the city of Barrie. Oh, that awkward Zoom clap. And there we go. Thank you again, members of council. With that, the much more boring confirmation of the minutes is our first item on our agenda. The minutes of the meeting from September 20th, 2021 have been circulated. Any corrections to those minutes? Seeing none, they are adopted as printed and circulated. Okay, so in terms of the order of proceedings tonight, we do have a number of deputation requests, including some emergency requests that have come in later, all regarding the proposed citywide amendment for affordable housing to the zoning bylaw for affordable housing. We will do those. I think we should wait and start those at 7 because obviously that's when the deputants have been asked to start. But we do, because we were able to start a little early tonight, have a bit of extra time. So unless anybody raises an objection, members of council, I would like to invite Gary Scanlon to give his presentation on the long-range financial plan. I'm sure there will be some questions. Those questions, no doubt, will take us past 7 o'clock after the presentation. So we'll do that. And then try and get to the deputations not too long after. But does anyone have any objections to altering the course of the agenda tonight? Okay. So with that, then I'll invite our meeting administrators here to promote Mr. Scanlon into the meeting to provide the presentation tonight. Sorry, we're just working on getting the right account in here. Bear with us a moment. And there he is. Mr. Scanlon, no stranger to Barrie City Council. Welcome to our virtual council meeting. It's nice to see you again. And I will hand the floor over to you for the presentation on the long-range financial plan.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to be before council. I think the clerk is controlling my presentation for this evening. I have had a couple of problems with all of a sudden me phasing out, so I thought, well, I'll let her control it, and then my colleague Nancy Neal is also on the Zoom call. In the event I blink out, well, she's there to fill in. So do we have the presentation, Madam Clerk? Oh, there we go. So I'll try and, I know it's you've got a packed agenda, so I'll try and move through in a reasonable pace. Next slide, please. So you'll recall we've done a long-range financial plan on behalf of the city on a couple of different occasions. So we're updating that analysis to take a look at your current financial position, assess the current pressures that are facing the city as of today, look at challenges to achieving financial stability, and then provide some recommendations. Next slide, please. So financial stability, I mean, this is all a collective analysis where we start with the growth plan, which is established by the province, hoping to lay out a roadmap for municipalities across Ontario to grow into the future. That translates into official plans being undertaken, master plans to achieve the servicing for those population and employment targets, et cetera. And then it comes down to a capital plan, which is the starting point for our analysis. Next slide. So right off the bat, some of the things council will need to consider today and on as we move forward into the future is that there are pressures we understand from existing landowners, especially in the Hewitt Salem areas, where we've kind of divvied up the areas into, an initial phase, a subsequent phase, and subsequent phases after that. Pre-building of the growth infrastructure is becoming a financial burden for the city, not only for just dealing with the phase one, but as well, it'll be a burden if we seek to approve additional basically servicing in advance of getting a reasonable build out of phase one. So allowing this leapfrogging or extension of services will continue to put pressure on the city. Obviously, we need to have the money to pay for it. Leapfrogging or extending the infrastructure in too large a way is going to put pressure on the municipality's finances. In recognition of that, what we've seen where we would have anticipated a certain amount of cash flow coming back, the landowners are phasing their developments in smaller subdivisions. So where we're seeking to receive funding in advance for those developments, they're making a little bit smaller. So the cash that's coming to the city is a little less than was originally anticipated. And as I say, the phase two and phase three developments are seeking to not necessarily leapfrog, but maybe go at the same time as your phase one development. Now that's the growth side of it. And we talked about historically asset replacement. So asset management is a key initiative of the province. They introduced the Infrastructure for Jobs and Prosperity Act. However, you have always been progressively ahead of the curve, looking at your assets and trying to address the replacement of those assets in a timely manner so your service levels don't drop. This is going to be a continuing pressure for the municipality, especially on the tax supported side. So this is something where you need to look a little bit closer between debt and perhaps increasing tax rates in order to put more money aside for reserve fund transfers in order to reduce the amount of debt over time. And I'll touch upon that a little bit more. Debt and reserves. So debt financing, we're actually going to, as we'll show you shortly, if you're seeing a considerable amount of debt increasing in the first 10 years. That's going to be a challenge. The growth-related debt will be an issue in the first half of the 20-year forecast, and then the asset management will be significant, especially in the latter half of the forecast. Next slide, please. So if we take a look at the capital forecast, you can see we're looking at from 2021 to 2041, we're looking at about $8.4 billion, which is a sizable amount of investment. Roughly 50% of that goes towards growth infrastructure, and about 50% is provided for replacement infrastructure. And you can see we split it into the water, wastewater side, which is about 1.9 million, and about 6.5 on the tax supported side. Looking at the financing, so we've gone, the growth related is in purple above, so that's the expenditures. We've looked at the revenue on the bottom side. You can see there is a sizable amount of development charges that are basically paying for that, but we are anticipating issuing about $500 million in debentures in order to service the growth in infrastructure. A sizable amount we do believe will be collected by the developers as they progress. And I just note that we have sizable amount of pressure in the front end of the forecast, easing in the back end of the forecast. So that's where we see pressures in order to issue debt. Excuse me. On the non-growth side, we talked about 4.2 billion. Capital reserves are approaching $3 million in order to finance that. And then non-growth related debentures about 1.2. The transfers to reserves are extremely important. The less you transfer to reserves, so in the short term, you may wish to reduce taxes by reducing the transfers. I think with the DERF that you had initiated a reduction where you're looking to stage that back to where it was, back to the 1%. But as we move away from that funding from tax supported, what you're doing is putting the more reliance on the debt charges. Next slide. Now, taking a look at growth, there is a sizable amount of growth that's anticipated. That's positive for not only paying for the investments that we make in advance of that development, putting in the water, wastewater, and other infrastructure, but it also provides some additional tax revenue, which will help to pay for not only the programs, but some of the debt associated with the infrastructure. The weighted assessment, it's looking at about 2.3% annual average. So that's a nice strong amount of growth that by the end of the 20-year period should see about a 58% increase in your weighted assessment. Now, it seems sizable, but once again, when you take a look at the operating costs and you look at the capital related side of your operating budget, so paying for debt charges, reserve transfers, etc., this growth will rely on increases on property tax. Next slide. So in a very simple way, we've presented graphically the forecasted increase in your tax supported budget. You can see right now, the light blue is the day-to-day operating costs. So that's paying for staff costs, rents, different types of contracts, to maintain the roads or different programs. And the blue and then the orange, the dark blue and the orange really is debt. The dark blue being non-growth related debt. The orange being growth-related debt. So you can see we have basically a continued increase in the day-to-day expenditures, kind of moving in a fairly consistent pattern. But you can see the non-growth related, so the capital related side of the budget is growing exponentially faster. So that's paying the debt charges or the reserve fund transfers in order to accommodate the capital spending. Next slide. Looking at the forecast tax rate increases. So these are what we've forecasted on an annualized basis. You can see in the early part, and especially in the first 5 years, there's going to be pressures. So we're averaging about 4% annual tax increases. Now we've assumed the level of reserve fund transfers. So stepping up on the DERF, and With the capital program that's been provided, we're looking at a more sizable increase in the debenture funding, which is in essence giving rise to these higher rate increases. So we're running about 4% in the first 5 years, about 3.2% in the second 5, and then running below 3% in the last 10 years. As I say, there's a sizable amount of investment on the front end, and that in part is giving rise to these increases. Next slide. On the water and wastewater side, you can see similar type of graph that we showed before. The light blue is your operating expenditures, and you can see half of your operating budget is related to capital. So either on the orange, which is growth related, that's pure debentures, and in the dark blue, that's a combination of reserve transfers and debt charges that we've financed the infrastructure with. So you can see, once again, we have a nice smooth increase in the operating expenditures, but then we have upward pressure as a result of the capital program. Next slide. This is consistent with the presentation we gave to you earlier in a few months ago. We expect a sizable amount of increase in the first half of the forecast, running at about 4.25%, and then dropping down just above inflation on the latter half. We could have smoothed that down a little bit, but in order to smooth the rate increases in the early half of the forecast, we'd have to be trading off reserve transfers with debt. So where we might be able to reduce the annual increases, what we'd be doing is pushing more onto the debt, which would be, and I'll show you, we're hitting the high points on the amount of debt that you'd be able to issue. So we've kept this on the rate supported side at a reasonable 4.5% annual rate increase. And then on the latter half, once we got it up to a reasonable level, slowed down the annual rate increase. Next slide, please. And this is what I was noting on the debt. This is the outstanding principal. So as you issue more debt, existing debt, you will be paying off a little bit of principal. If everybody knows, if you have a mortgage that over 25 years, the early part of your payments, you're paying such a small amount towards the principal retirement and mostly interest. But as you go out over time, you're paying less interest, more principal. But in the early part of the forecast, we are undertaking a sizable amount of debt issuance. And you can see we move from a range of about 350 million in outstanding principal, and we're up over $700 million. In the early part, you can see that the sizable amount of the debentures is growth-related debt. And that slows down on the latter half of the forecast, and that's being replaced with increases in non-growth related debt. So in essence, asset management needs. Next slide. And if you look at, so that was the outstanding principal, but if you look at the amount of the debt charges as a percentage of your total own operating revenues, so this is the provincial measure, you cannot exceed 25% of total own expenditures. And you're not forecasted to do it, but you are forecasted to start to get fairly close. Right now, you're a little below 10%. And in the, probably by the 8 or 9 year marker, you're going to be in excess of your 20%. And your 20% is your imposed financial policy. And we're looking at amounts that'll push the envelope on that policy. With this heavier debt burdens, the amount of principal, you can see going from 350 up to more than doubling in about 8 years. And looking at the level of your debt capacity, this could have an impact on your credit rating. And if it does, it means when you go out to borrow money, you're borrowing at a higher and higher interest rate. We haven't included higher levels of interest in our debt calculations, but it's something to be mindful of as you move forward. And, part of the messaging is, you have to blend, the reserve transfers. So in order to fund the capital with the amount of debt, and I think we've got it at the maximum amount of debt that we can issue. Next slide. So just to summarize some of the key takeaways, your reserve transfers are not sufficient to cover the expenditures for your aging infrastructure. We've talked about this many times in the past, and asset management replacement continues to be a burden that the city has to work out in its capital plan. In order to prove financial stability, sustainability, you need to consider, as I say, the blend between your tax and user rate increases, and take a look at how to address the capital and the operating. Now, one positive thing, when we look at the last forecast that we did, the actual rate increases are lower than what we had anticipated. In part, we've seen a slowing down on the level of building activity over the last 5 years. And that's allowed you an opportunity to basically catch up. You're not spending as much as we anticipated, and it's allowing you for a little bit better rate increases, and it slowed down the capital. But now, if we're going to accelerate in order to address the higher level of building activity, and what we're seeing at Watson is we're seeing outside the Toronto area, sizable amount of increase in building activity. I'm not quite sure if it's people now not having to commute as far, so they can locate in different locations that's not necessarily in the more higher household price areas, and maybe they can move outside of the range, including obviously Barrie. The development charges, as we've looked, there's been some updates to the capital plan. We would expect that the DCs need to increase by roughly about 8 or 9%. We would suggest that that be a priority for the city to take a look at increasing the DCs at your earliest opportunity in order to increase the cash flow on the growth related side. Infrastructure renewal gap needs to be reduced. I'm sure that's been talked to council on many occasions, and reserves need to meet at least the financial policy framework. I know that you've made some reductions on DERF. I know that you're looking to step that back up. That has had to some extent a bit of an impact. If you slow down that, the trade-off is, if you haven't got the money in the reserves, putting more reliance on debt. Next slide. Potential action plans towards sustainability. So it's obvious that a continued coordination between finance, planning, and engineering needs to be continued in order to balance financing, accommodating growth, and undertaking the infrastructure that you need. Debentures, once again, it's coming to light that that's a key area that you're going to have to focus in on in order to manage it. Your DERF funding needs to be increased at least back to your original 1%. You may wish to consider marginal increases over time, which will continue to help you out. I talked about the DC background study. We need to increase that by roughly about 9%. And we need to take a look at reassessing financial sustainability with the service level expectations. Next slide. And basically, I think for the most part, I've hit this reduced reliance on debt, phase the development, and you may want to continue to pursue either front-ending or better prepayment arrangements with the developers. There was an initial plan that we had put forth in the last recommendations. Some of that's been implemented, but not all of it has been implemented, as noted in the last bullet. The MOU has provided for some level of better cash flow, but not to the extent we've forecasted. And this is going to continue to be a burden unless you can balance the developer contributions with your growth-related capital. And I think, next slide, please. I think that's just about it. Next steps, any input from council or the public, for that matter, would be welcome. We're looking to finalize the report in the coming weeks, and then that'll be back before council. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Scanlon. Excuse me, I'm sure there will be some questions from members of council, so I will take a speakers list of those who want to ask questions. Any questions for Mr. Scanlon? Councilor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, to you, to Mr. Scanlon. Watching your presentation, as always, is kind of a big wake-up call for myself personally. I call it the most important and yet most frightening presentation I usually get of this matter. Took here a look at one of obviously in your key takeaways. Infrastructure renewal gap needs to be reduced. For me, that's always the overarching kind of essay, that everything kind of works in a spoke towards that goal. And you covered a lot of comments about increasing development charges. And then there was a recommendation here that the burden on the city to cash flow growth-related infrastructure must be reduced, which I decode to mean you have to grow, you have to increase density. So could you describe what you see based on your financial analysis? So not necessarily from a planning perspective, financial analysis, the city of Barrie using density as a tool towards that goal, overarching goal of reducing the infrastructure gap from a financial perspective?
Mr. Scanlon.
So, so we have two areas of the city. Obviously, we have what was formerly referred to in our reports as the former city, or the existing built boundary, and then there's the areas in the Hewitt and Salem. Increased density in the existing area. It may give rise to certain infrastructure that has to be put in place in order to accommodate that growth. So intensification is obviously a positive in that it uses up less land. What you have to always keep in mind, and this is part of the infrastructure additional costs that are coming into our calculations, is if 40 years ago you plan to have 4 or 5 single family homes per acre, and so you've got this large area and you hand that density to the engineers, they go off with their, at that time, slide rules, and they come back and say, okay, we need pipes this big. If you come back in 40 years later and you say, now we're going to knock down 5 single family homes, and we're going to build 20-story towers, 10 units per floor, and you have 200 units. The pipe that you need isn't this big, the pipe that you need is this big. So it gives rise to you replacing that infrastructure. So there's a growth component to it. There's also a non-growth component to that. So some of the infrastructure costs that come back on the existing ratepayer would be associated with having to increase the pipe from there to there. On the cash flow issues on our Salem and Hewitt, obviously we have to extend pipes, and we're trying to do it in a sequencing basis. But if somebody in phase 3 way over here wants a pipe, you've got to extend it all the way over here, and you're getting a little bit of money for a large expenditure. So I know you're coming under pressure, and it's a reasonable request. But unless you have the corresponding finances, it's a difficult way to agree to that request. Hopefully that answers your question, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Scanlon. Kind of. One of my follow-up questions to that is Barrie better off with that kind of growth or without it? I see what you described, that there is a cost to density in itself. It's not like it's just a win-win-win. So I appreciate the pipe example, but density along roads that we are prepping already for growth. So there are roads, corridors, nodes, arterials where that piping, that excess capacity is already being put in place. So while there's still a cost to that, it's not like, okay, well, this somebody's going to come out of that pie graph. So, and it's not just Barrie, municipality. So it's structured like this is unsustainable. Like this reminds me of the P word, the scary pyramid P word, not from a scheme perspective, but from a unsustainability perspective. And 4% tax increases. It's not realistically, it's not happening. Development charges, also to me personally, it's not sustainable. So it appears that Barrie, among other municipalities, it's not that we are, I wrote here, it's not that we're not charging enough for growth or not taxing enough. It seems that we are addicted to the wrong type of growth. And the wrong type of growth from your earlier slides is the unsustainable, low dense growth that is essentially saying, let's build some roads where the density is not there. And we're going to have to build subsequent suburban subdivisions to pay when that infrastructure inevitably starts to require capital costs. So, okay, I think that's more, let me frame it in the form of a question. How do you encourage municipalities to take your data that you extract from these numbers, including us specifically, I guess, and connect it to our growth targets? Because we're going through creating an entire official plan. And from my vantage point, a lot of it is unsustainable growth that we might incorporate. And I think we might need to dial that down and dial up the density in order to aim for the targets that you are, because I don't want to get to 2029 and our situation is what you predicted or worse. How can we tie that to our growth strategies and hopefully not get as addicted to unsustainable growth?
Lots of good information in that, Councillor. So I'll attempt to address it. You're right. There are some what I would call low-hanging fruit where you're able to upgrade corridors. Obviously, the high density along those corridors, great. If you try and accommodate every high density, so you're going to different parts of the city and replacing, it's just like the issue of phasing for the Salem and the Hewitt. You're spending a whole bunch of areas, you're spreading your money across a vast area. So some type of consideration, that's where I'm saying prioritization in conjunction between planning and the engineering and the finances is an important part, not only for the growth related, but the Salem Hewitt, but within the existing, the former boundary of the city, you're going to have to prioritize how these are. I mean, if you're just trying to accommodate a 10-story building, but it's going to cost you, $3 million to put in new pipes, you're going to have to balance that with other areas, which you can, for the same amount of money, service a whole bunch of higher density development. So I think the messaging is you need a closer look at not only your densification, but what it's going to cost you and how, and aligning the expenditures closer to the development and trying to get the money to pay for it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Morales. Others with questions for Mr. Scanlon? Deputy Mayor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and Mr. Scanlon. Thank you for the presentation. It's a bit of a downer, actually. I guess first a question on slide 6, and you don't have to go back to it. It's just the growth related versus capital related. I just try to get my mind clear on the difference between them, get my head around what's growth related, what's I take it some projects can be both. Let's say a new arena, a new recreation center part of that would be growth related and part would be capital related, or how does that work?
Through the mayor, if you were replacing an arena and expanding it, then part of it, in your example, part of it would be existing and part of it would be growth. If you're building a brand new arena, then it would probably be predominantly growth related. Water mains and sewers, if you're upsizing them, going from here to here, there is some proportion of it which goes back onto your rates, and then the other part is funded by DCs. So,
okay, thank you. And the second question I had was, much of our current debt was from one or two major projects: the building of the surface water treatment plant and the expansion of our existing wastewater plant. Is most of our debt in the future for a few big projects, or is it scattered? Like, is it a few overpasses for the 400 or new recreation centers, or a new expanded wastewater plant, or is it a bunch of projects that make up the bulk of the new debt?
So the tax supported is dealing with those overpasses and the new arenas, community centers, et cetera, roads. The growth related is basically the especially when you get out into the Salem-Hewitt area, you're taking from more of a rural cross-section and expanding it to a 4-lane urban cross-section with streetlights and bicycle paths and stuff like that. So there is, that would be tax supported out in the growth-related area, as well as the extension of new water mains and sewers. But you do have, you issued on the treatment facilities for water and wastewater, you issued that debt for a long period of time. So I think it was 30 years. So what happens is when the council made the decision at that point, they basically set a layer that won't change for the next 30 years. So that's an amount of debt that won't drop off in a short amount of time. It's a layer that'll be there. It's right across our whole forecast period.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'll look to you to please let me know, because I think some of my questions might lean more to staff. So please redirect me to hold those if we're only directing questions to Mr. Scanlon at this time. Mr. Scanlon, thank you for the presentation. I've got copious notes I'm making. So I guess I'll zone in on the pieces related to policy. And so when we talk about DC charges and your recommendations around updating the study and really looking at reassessing financial sustainability with service level expectations, my takeaway is that we're really cash flowing up front quite a bit. And is there a process or policy that typically happens where we could change when a development is issued and when the DCs are triggered? So would this get at a policy that would consider putting the city in a better position if we looked at DCs that would be triggered around registered developments versus waiting for draft approved?
We had, through the mayor, we had looked to try and align the developments in phase 1 and then phase 2 and phase 3, that in essence, they prepay the development charges or front end. And that's not only the water and the sewer, but there's sizable investment in the roads. So with those 3 items, we were looking to do front ending. Our recommendations, what we had anticipated in the analysis and our recommendations, and what has transpired is not as much as we had expected. And going with prepayment, one of the discussions with the development community, they'd prepay, a sizable amount at the time of subdivision. But now, instead of going with a 200-unit subdivision, they're coming in with 50 units. So where we thought we're extending all this infrastructure to accommodate them. And where we thought we'd have these sizable 200 blocks, we're getting these little, so we're getting little payments. And then basically that subdivision's building out over 2 years. We've almost only accelerated our cash flow by a year, because you'd expect to pull the building permits in the first year and then building permits again in the second. So all they're doing is giving us a little bit of extra cash flow. that is also putting burdens on us. If they expect for the infrastructure to be there so they can build, we're not getting the financial assistance when we need to put in the infrastructure.
And in follow up, your worship, to Mr. Scanlon. So when we talk about the change in size of the density of neighborhoods that are being built out, are there controls at a municipal level? Because I see that as a huge risk factor around what we're forecasting and planning versus what's actually happening. And so when we talk about the phases, is there a different conversation or approach that we would need to take before we get into phase 2 to make sure that that's not necessarily a surprise or an ongoing change in the approach to the timing of development?
So through the mayor, sorry, Councillor, I'm trying to connect the density question with the phasing, and I think I lost the question.
No, thank you. That's probably my trying to comprehend a lot of this information. So when I think about the current situation that you're indicating, that we maybe planned for a 200 unit neighborhood and we're getting a 50 unit neighborhood as a scenario. So are there controls that we would have as a municipality if the plan for the development, the amount of development that's happening in certain phases is taking a different approach? Because I would assume that this is going to be a compounded issue if phase 2 and out year phases take the same approach.
So through the mayor, I get the question now. I don't think the density changed. I think what it was where, maybe phase 1 included 1,000 units, and we had anticipated 5 subdivisions. So they would be paid in 5 blocks. Instead of that, they're giving it to us. They're bringing those lands on in 50 units. So now we're getting 20 subdivisions instead of 5 big ones. So the same density, but it's just that they're chopping their developments into little pieces so that they don't have to give us as much money. They don't have to cash flow as much. And that's causing some additional pressure as well. And that's where, in order to overcome that type of thing, then you're going to have to get into prepayment agreements and saying, okay, guys, pipes, expectations of finances, you need to come up with this amount of money to finance it. And it's either through prepaying your development charges for that whole phase, or we'll do front ending, which is it's similar to prepayment, but it comes under a different part of the legislation. It has a lot more legality to it. So similar type of result to it.
Okay, thank you for that clarity.
Thanks, Councillor Kungle. Any other questions for Mr. Scanlon? Mr. Scanlon, excuse me. Councillor Thompson, Riepma, and then McCann.
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. To you and to Mr. Scanlon. On slide 9, you don't have to go back to, in the first 8 years, our average wastewater rates are going to be over 4% to 4.5%. Is that because of the growth, or is it more because of the reserves being low at the point to support the growth? And with the ever-changing wastewater treatment plants and the provincial regulations, is that where the forecast comes? Because as councillor, we already get quite a bit of complaints about the rate of our water within the city, as they think it's a revenue generator and not as forecasted for the future to have for our infrastructure funding. So and then I see it drops off in, let's say 2033, where we're down at the rate of inflation. So I find it such a large, increase there. If just some clarity on that would be great.
So through the mayor, so if we go back to the water rate study we presented several months ago, I think what we're highlighting is there's a sizable amount of infrastructure, low reserves, as you've talked about. And in order to address that infrastructure, you're going to have to issue debt. So what's pushing up in the early stages of that is a combination of reserve transfers in order to reduce the amount of debt, and we're actually issuing a lot of debt. So the debt numbers that I talked about in one of the slides, a lot of that's in the early stage. So that's where we're seeing a lot of the debt coming in. We could slow down the rates. I mean, this is something that you need to assess annually through the capital budgeting process. But some of that infrastructure for water and wastewater is, we've talked about it, if you're replacing for growth water mains that are only this big, but they need to be this big, then there's a portion of that cost as well that goes back onto the rates. As I say, when we went back to the detailed water rate study that we presented a couple of months ago, it was detailed in that study. I'd welcome you to take a look at it, but if there's any further questions, more than happy to circle back and talk to you, Councillor.
Thank you for that. And just to follow, and actually, I will off air, this is, I know there's public input to follow, and then we'll approve the final report. So just one thing, and I guess leading to that is, as staff try to work with the development and the growth of our city, pushing the front-loaded infrastructure is going to help also down the road, for our growth plan to alleviate some of this burden on the tax levy, correct?
Correct.
So, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Ripa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Scanlon, for a very scary kind of report, I think. I'm interested in slides 10 and 11. You don't have to go there, but you show our debt basically doubling from about 350 to 700 by 2028, 29. Is there something that we can do now to reduce that peak?
Excuse me, through you, Mr. Mayor, on the growth related side, if we don't have to issue the debt, so you saw in the first 10 years, that darker part that's on the top, that's development related. And that's part of our suggestion, where if we can have the development industry assist in cash flowing that will bring that debt level down. So at this particular point, as I say, original recommendations we had, what we're hopeful of getting through the phase 1 development, at least with the Salem Hewitt, hasn't materialized in the way that we had hoped. And so you can see what the impacts are. And we're coming back to saying we really do think if you don't want to impede development, then we're going to have a closer relationship on the financing.
Thank you for that answer. And when your final report comes through, will you be including some recommendations for us to deal with that?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Rima. Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and hello again, Mr. Scanlon. I guess I've got a series of questions, and I'm understanding correctly, Mayor Lehman, that you only want questions related to Mr. Scanlon and Watson, and then there'll be questions for staff later tonight.
No, the report's not being presented tonight. So yeah, we're just doing the questions on the presentation. Staff are going to be presenting the long-range financial plan at a subsequent meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Lehman. Mr. Scanlon, I guess the question I have first is, you, just for clarification, you wrote the report 10 years ago, right? You're Watson's?
Correct.
Yeah, and so reading this report, we always say we don't have a crystal ball, but now you do have a crystal ball, and you know what we went through over the past 10 years. And I think it would be really, really helpful for me and for others if you could maybe give, maybe not such a high level, but some type of context on where we went wrong, because it's clear that this went wrong. And I understand economy. I understand you write a report and you think very linear, this is going to happen, and you try to predict, pitfalls and ups and downs. But you now have all the data. You wrote the report 10 years ago. What can the city of Barrie not do again to set us up for success in the future?
Well, through the mayor, I think our recommendations are very similar to what was there before. As I noted, the forecasted rate of growth didn't materialize at that level, which gave you a little bit more breathing room. If you were going to take on 10,000 units in 5 years, it slowed down so that you're only taking in 2,500 units in the same period. So that caused a slowdown in the infrastructure being constructed, et cetera. So it gave you a little bit of breathing room, and you're actually in somewhat better shape for this year than what we originally anticipated. However, you did get some cash relief from the development community, but not to the level that we expected. And that continues. That's where you're seeing this continued upward pressure. Our recommendations were the same as last time. We do think there needs to be a closer relationship in the growth financing versus the growth infrastructure. And I know you're getting pressure right now to some extent leapfrog some of the development, but you're already having cash flow problems. And if you move ahead to allow that development to occur, I think you're going to have even more sizable issues than what we've presented tonight.
Well, I thank you for that answer. Just give me maybe 30 seconds, Marilyn. I'm just trying to process what you just said. And it's not exactly the answer that I was looking for, because you had mentioned that, 10 years ago, you think that we're in a better position now than what you predicted 10 years ago. Am I understanding you clearly? You said that?
If we, through the mayor, if we look at the year 2021 for what we forecasted, the amount of development is far less. So the amount of infrastructure you had to construct is far less to accommodate that growth. However, the amount of revenue you got was far less. So it's almost like you had a little bit more time with your annual budgets. You didn't need the rate increases that we had forecasted, because you didn't have all of this pressure coming at you at once. If we are looking at the growth forecasts that have been provided, and we're going for that 2041 target, and we are seeing things change where things in the south, we do see a lot of movement outside of the GTA, and I think you'll experience that continued expansion pressure. Those numbers do look reasonable. And if you're going to attain those numbers, you've got to build the infrastructure. If you're going to build the infrastructure, you have to finance it. So it's the cost and the infrastructure and the revenues have to go hand in hand.
Okay. I'm not sure I entirely agree with what you said. You mean you're basically saying we did better because the bar is a lot lower than what you generally want it to be. So we didn't spend as much, we didn't get as much building. So as a result of lack of development, we're in a better financial statement. So that wasn't a question. That was just, I'm just trying to be very direct with you and very clear with you. This is a big deal, and that's just not adding up for me, but I can ask questions to city staff and get a clearer answer in a few weeks. Maybe the next question I have is with DCs. Do you think we're charging enough for DCs?
At this particular point, what we've identified is some additional infrastructure in order to pick up some of the intensification. So we didn't have those numbers last time around. So we're seeing about a 9% cost adjustment.
Sorry, Ms. Scanlon, direct question. Are we charging enough for DCs in your opinion?
We're seeing that you should increase the DCs. Right.
Okay. And then maybe if I can just, pepper along on DCs. You made a comment, I think, to Council Kungle about the solution to building more homes would be for the city of Barrie to front end, and that front end would have to come from the developers, correct?
Correct.
And I'm just trying to analyze what you said in your report 10 years ago, that you made a plan with the developers and you said, okay, you know, we've got, I'm going to simplify this hopefully so everybody makes sense to everybody. We've got A, B, C, and D, and these are the areas that we're going to be developing. The city of Barrie has infrastructure, and we want to, you know, obviously support section A, and hopefully we get 90% of section A filled up before we move to section B. Because if we go to section B, C, and D, then obviously we're spreading ourselves too thin and we're not building correctly. So that's the kind, and tell me if I'm wrong, if my analogy is wrong. Everyone said 10 years ago, or sorry, I guess 17 years ago, yeah, we're all good with that. We like the way that sounds. So in a textbook scenario, yeah, it all looked great. Then reality kicks in and developers say, well, why would I tell you I'm building 500 homes in section A when I have to give you $25 million in DCs? I'll just say I'm building 100, because now instead of me giving you exactly what I want to do, I'm going to put it in phases. And that really is where this model has collapsed, correct?
Well, that's for prepayment. If we did front ending, then how they phase it wouldn't have an impact.
No, I'm going to get to front ending. I'm just talking about your analysis 10 plus years ago. That was the model, and that model's collapsed because the builders, developers didn't submit that they didn't get permits for 500 homes. They got permits for 100 homes, and the city of Barrie built infrastructure for 500 homes. Right. Okay. And so now you're saying let's front end this, and I just really want to understand you clearly, because it's us, council and the mayor, that really have to defend our decisions when we have developers and builders, complaining about DCs, complaining about not getting permits fast enough, complaining about, if you want to call it the quote unquote red tape we have at City Hall. How are you, or in your experience with other municipalities, how are you going to convince the development world to front end this? Or how would you suggest that we convince the development world to front end payments?
Well, I mean, it's communication. It's the, you can for a certain phase, if you want like phase 1 versus phase 2, there's a lot of municipalities that don't do front ending, but they do the equivalent of front ending, which is have all the phase 2 landowners prepay the development charges. A lot less paperwork, a lot less legalities, and they front end and they can target and see where the revenue is going. If they don't have the infrastructure, then the land isn't developable. So that's the tie-in. And Councillor, I am working with a number of municipalities and a couple in Simcoe County right now, and we are working with prepayment agreements in order to bring on the infrastructure. And nobody enjoys making those payments, and I agree 100%. However, if the trade-off is having to take on an inordinate amount of debt in the city, you have to trade that off with if you don't have the money now, because it all goes towards growth-related infrastructure, then you don't have the money to replace your assets or deal with your existing infrastructure. I hate to use the analogy, but the city has a certain size credit card, and once you exceed that credit card, whether it's growth or non-growth, then you find yourself in difficulty.
Well, it's funny you mentioned credit card, because when I read your report, it kind of felt like we were paying our mortgage with our credit card, just paying off the interest and maybe paying off the capital, in a future date, which to me is a recipe for disaster. But I will get back to that. I just want to talk about this front end. I'd like to get your opinion. I'm 46 years old, I'm 45 years old, and I don't think Barrie's ever had a boom like we've had during COVID, and we've had past this 10 years. Why do you think that the development in the annex lands has been so slow? I mean, I would compare it to be like molasses. Is it something that we as a city are not doing, that other cities are doing, and they're deciding to build out in the GTAA?
The question you would have to pose to the landowners.
So you don't want to comment any insight on that?
Well, I mean, you're asking me to answer on behalf of the developing landowners, and I don't know what their well, I don't know what their issues are specifically with each individual development. So it's difficult for me to answer that question.
Okay, but you mean, and tell me if I'm off the rails here a bit, Mr. Scanlon, is that, you know, you had a prospectus, an economic prospectus 10 years ago, and you said we'd have this much development, and we've been in the biggest boom economic development we've ever had in 45 years. Why are we not in Barrie? Why are we not having more homes built in the annex lands? What is your insight on that?
When we looked at our plan 10 years ago, we had detailed discussions with the developing landowners, extensive discussions, extending over a couple of years. So the insights that I had were based on listening to their plans, their development plans, and us incorporating those development plans into our financial plans and our infrastructure plans. So my detailed knowledge was based on the information that they provided to us and staff during those discussions. That's where I say, if you're asking me now, why aren't they doing it? I haven't had the discussions to say, well, this is what we talked about years ago, and it hasn't panned out in the exact same way that we understood during those discussions.
Okay, you know, I can accept that. Obviously, you don't read minds. I'm not suggesting that you do read minds. I'm just curious why we're not getting more shovels in the ground. I guess maybe the last question I have for you, Mr. Scanlon, is about DCs, and affordable housing obviously is top of mind throughout the whole country. You know, federally, provincially, and definitely this council. That's one of our priorities. If we increase the DCs, then don't you think that's going to have a negative impact on the development of affordable housing?
Municipalities are looking, I mean, if you had a certain amount of money, if you discounted the development charges by some percentage, I don't care whether you call it 10%, 20%, you said across the board, here's a reduction. The reduction would benefit some of those units that are targeted towards the lower income families. But if you do it across all of the development charges, then the ones that are at the, bigger homes, more cost, you would be subsidizing them. So municipalities are looking at a variety of ways that they can assist in the affordable housing area, and they're developing plans or grants or reductions or some type of rebate, but they're targeting the type of development which would receive that adjustment. So instead of knocking off, well, I don't care, pick a percentage, 25% on everybody, maybe the charges are in place for everybody and they develop a program that says, okay, the lowest, the certain category will fund the smallest, more affordable units, and that represents 10% of the total. So you could focus where your assistance is rather than just doing it across the board on all DCs. And I am seeing that. I am working with municipalities who are looking to achieve some type of rebate program, reduction, targeted grant program, whatever term you want to use for it.
Okay, last question, Mr. Scanley. GTAA or even the GTA municipalities that you're working for, who's doing it best?
Sorry, who's doing which best?
Who do you think? What municipality do you think really the city of Barrie should be maybe looking upon? Maybe trying to develop some of their identifying successes. I mean, is there any municipality that stands out that really the city of Barrie should be looking at?
Well, some of the programs have been in place in places like Hamilton and some of the Niagara municipalities. Halton is looking at it this time around. Peel is considering different programs. So I think there are those that we're doing some form of targeting, and subsequent to that, I think it's more in the it's being more addressed today through those municipalities, than those programs are being considered in some shape, form, and manner. Not by all, but in some cases they are.
Mr. Scanlon, I'm not sure if this is, proper protocol. Hopefully the Mayor Lehman will jump in, but I would like an analysis of that. Would you be willing to give city staff analysis on Hamilton? You said Niagara Falls, Peels maybe, and I can't read my own handwriting. Houghton Hills, I believe. Best practices, what they're doing. Would you supply city staff, Andrea Miller or Michelle Banfield a report on that? Because I'd like to be educated on that, please.
So where there are some programs in place, would be happy to provide it. I can also acknowledge where we are in discussions with municipalities that haven't developed programs. I'll give you an example publicly. We were chatting with Richmond Hill. They are doing something, but the program isn't in place. They are giving staff directions. So as I say, there are some that have programs. There are a number of them that are also looking at it, given the considerable increase in housing prices over the last 2 years. So I can provide some additional information through staff.
Mr. Scanlon, I appreciate the questions. I know they were very direct, but we need to put Barrie back into a leadership position. And some of the information that you're going to give us now, and especially with best practices from other municipalities, I believe you're going to get us on the road to one of the best cities again. So please, if you can get that to city staff, make that one of your top priorities, please. Thank you, sir.
Other questions for Mr. Scanlon, members of General Committee? Councillor Harvey, I'm going to shorten my own questions to just a few, given we do have a number of people who are waiting. Go ahead, Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just one question, and actually it's a bit of a segue off of the affordable housing discussion that just went on. We already have a CIP in place that funds exactly that. Have you conducted any analysis on our CIPs to see how effective it is and how it would compare to what other municipalities are doing to see whether or not we can make improvements with that plan?
Through the mayor, no, I haven't, but obviously I think the question from the councillor, it would make sense to take a look at what you are doing or have done and take a look at others and see how that lines up.
Great, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Any other questions for Mr. Scanlon? Go ahead, Councillor Kungl.
Thank you, Your Worship. And Mr. Scanlon, I was just receiving some questions, but I'm hoping you could briefly, for the public viewing tonight, share a bit more about your reference to leapfrogging, because you had some really great messaging there, but I'm not sure if everyone maybe knows in reference to the comment about development leapfrogging some of the process pieces.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the mayor, very simple concept. Let's say the long-term plan to take 3 different phases of land. I'm going to extend a huge water main 2 kilometers, and that services the first development, the first phase, and then another 2 kilometers to service the second phase, and 2 more kilometers to service the third phase. If the third phase developer comes ahead and says, I want to go now, then you'd have to build 6 kilometers of that trunk in order to get the first drop of water to that developer. And we would hope to build the first 2 kilometers and have, as was noted, 75–80% of the first phase using that water main before the second phase go, and then they hit 80%, and then the third phase. If you build all of it, somebody's got to pay for that extension. And I guess, and if phase 3 want to front end, prepay, whatever, pay for the whole thing, then maybe the city isn't going to turn down the offer. But if you have to pay for it, then the cash flow we talked about is your burden. You build it. So if you build it, they will come, maybe not as fast as you hope. So then you got a cash flow problem.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kungl. Any other questions, members of General Committee? Okay, I'm just going to ask a couple. Mr. Scanlon, first of all, thanks for the assessment. It is good to know we're in a better shape than we expected to be 10 years ago. Council has had to manage our costs and our capital programs very carefully. That has allowed us to deliver very low tax increases, well below your last forecast. I think what you're rightly pointing out is that's partly because costs we were anticipating in these last 10 years haven't happened yet. And when I look at your forecast, I think Deputy Mayor Ward asked exactly the right question. Where are the big expense projects, and how much control does council have to gear those to the pace of growth in the years to come? Because what our residents actually care about is the tax increase, and is growth paying for growth? There's the key thing. If growth is not paying for growth, then our residents are shouldering the burden of additional development, whether that's in the secondary plan areas or in intensification areas. And when the infrastructure MOU was brought to the previous council, as councillors McCann and Morales will no doubt remember, the point of that MOU was that growth pay for growth. So we had an agreement with the annexation area landowners that they would, through voluntary contributions and the gearing of infrastructure expenditure with revenues, pay for growth. And so our taxpayers, we still had lots of other struggles with our budget. We have to maintain all those roads and our rising operating costs in certain areas, but at least the pressure wouldn't come from growth. What I took away from your presentation tonight is that's not really happened, in part because the pattern of development did not occur the way that the MOU anticipated. And so your recommendation tonight, and this is what I want to really ask you, the whole premise of gearing the pace of infrastructure development to the pace of development revenue so that growth pays for growth and our taxpayers don't. How much control, how much ability do we have to do that from here, given what has transpired and given the legislative framework we work within?
So, Mr. Mayor, there's a couple of different ways. Often, when the official plans are established, or whether you do a secondary plan and then you do an OPA to incorporate it, quite often there's phasing provisions that are made associated with the phasing, and maybe we made the phases too big. We did phase one, maybe we need a phase 1A, 1B, and have a but we did, through that process, have a close alignment between where the development was occurring and what infrastructure. So when we went through last time, very detailed discussions, we had a close alignment on infrastructure and the costs. I'm not sure how things changed, but we did sign an MOU, but perhaps all of the MOU didn't function the way that we had hoped. Just a couple of different things in there. And maybe we need, I think the recommendation is we need to look at that in a more strengthened way as we move ahead, is our suggestion. And there's different ways of doing it. If you don't build the infrastructure, then the development can't occur. So there's opportunities to say, okay, linking the infrastructure to, to the payments. Halton Region, I know the development community hate when I use that as an example, but they have an allocation program and they assign the infrastructure to who's making the front end and the prepayment arrangements. So they have a very close tie between infrastructure and the payments, which allows them, at least on the residential side, to keep their cash flow whole. They take on the burden for non-residential. So there's somewhere in between that very that arrangement that Halton has, which everybody hates, and what you haven't had, and somewhere in the middle, I think makes you financially stronger.
Okay. The only other question I had really relates to those choices around the capital plan. So I think, the example was given, I think, by yourself. You build a pipe big enough for 500 homes. We expect 500 homes to be built to pay for the pipe. And when only 50 are built, it doesn't pay for the pipe. That's the problem we were just talking about. Eventually 500 homes will be built, but in the meantime, the city's on the hook. And the only tool we have to cover that is debt. If we don't want to put the pressure, further on our capital reserves, which don't have the capacity to cover it. So it is really that issue of cash flow timing. And I guess the second question I had was really about the outer years of your forecast, which look at the asset management, because as I said before, our premise is growth must pay for growth. And that takes the pressure of growth off of our existing taxpayers to the greatest extent the city can possibly do that. The other pressure is taking care of what we've already got, maintaining our roads better, maintaining our buildings, maintaining our parks, and doing all that asset management work. You've included a fair amount of debt in the out years of the forecast, which I don't particularly, I've never agreed with as an approach, a fiscal approach. Our asset management is something that we have to do on an ongoing basis. So borrowing to buy groceries, never a good idea. We should be able to fund that asset management work as we go, pay as we go. The DERF is our way of doing that. And I know the short answer is, council, you must keep the DERF at or above the current levels, but that puts pressure on the taxpayer. So I guess my question is, those amounts in the outer years of your forecast are very high. Those are numbers that are new compared to the last forecast. Is there something new driving those asset management costs that we think is going to fall on? Because I want to plan for our not just the next few years. It behooves us to plan for our kids' futures here and not set us up in a situation where 10 years from now, taxpayers are hit with big dollars. That's already happened in the city's history. And I don't want current councils or future councils to make that mistake and just put off a problem that becomes a much bigger one later.
So I think one thing to keep in mind is last time we had a 20-year growth forecast, which took us out to the early 2030s. And we had a certain amount of infrastructure that had to be replaced during that period. You may or may not have achieved that. And now we've got a new 10-year forecast. So if you didn't achieve what we expected in the first 10 years, that gets added to the next 20-year period. And then, the stuff that was older that wasn't in our 10-year horizon is now coming into our 10-year horizon. So the infrastructure, as you move ahead, if you're not chopping away at it, and replacing it in a timely manner, it kind of gets delayed. And then the older stuff is coming into the forecast. So I think it's just, the asset management, one of the areas of, obvious further discussion is continuing with your capital budgeting practice, your asset management, and trying to address that as best as possible with debt or your DERF or other contributions or revenues. Hopefully grants, there are potentially some grants that are coming up. Maybe they can help.
Well, there's gas tax and other sources as well, but all of this goes into much bigger math, which I know will be contained in the report to come. We do have a number of people waiting to make public deputations on another matter tonight, so I'll call this to a close. I do want to thank you very much, Mr. Scanlon, for the work. It is good to know we're in better shape than we expected to be 10 years ago today, but as always, the cliff ahead of us is a steep one, and whether or not we've been able to manage things well in the last period of time, we still face significant challenges ahead. So we look forward to your help in how best to do that. And ultimately, that's what keeps the taxes down for our residents. So thanks for being here tonight and for answering so many questions. And we will move on, members of council now, which means moving back to the deputations on committee reports. We have a number of deputation requests tonight. They're all on the same matter, as you might anticipate, and that is motion 21P023, the proposed citywide amendment to the comprehensive zoning bylaw for affordable housing. We had a number of them that were made in advance. We've had 4 or 5 emergency deputation requests, and maybe I'll just ask the clerk. Sorry, thanks. Madam Clerk, can you just update the emergency deputation requests. Who have we got that wishes to proceed with an emergency deputation tonight?
Just Mayor Lehman, on the list that was on your cheat sheets, Miss Barbara Mackey, her name is missing, but she was actually a registered deputant. I just noticed that, sorry, my apologies. For the emergency deputations, we have Jennifer Van Gemp, Megan Kennedy and Denise Schultz, Rachel Holden, and Taylor McClear.
Okay, so members of council, as always, because the requests were received after the printing of the agenda, we do need to have a vote in favor by a majority of council for the emergency deputations to proceed. So there are 4 more deputations. I will call the question. Those in favor of allowing those 4 emergency deputations, please indicate. Anybody opposed? None. That carries. Thank you very much. Okay, we will now proceed with the deputations. I'll call out the names listed on the council agenda. When your name is called, please unmute yourself, or if you're on the using Zoom, or if you're on the phone, it's #6 to unmute yourself online. In accordance with the city's procedural bylaw, of course, a maximum of 5 minutes is permitted for the deputation, and you can be speaking now, of course, in favor or against the proposed motion on this matter tonight. Our first deputant is Clint Tyler. Mr. Tyler, welcome to Barrie City Council, and you have 5 minutes for your deputation. Go ahead, sir. And we'll just need to unmute Mr. Tyler. I don't know if that's on our end or yours, Clint, but if you could. Mr. Tyler, can you hear me? Oh, we still can't hear you, Mr. Tyler. Hello? Sorry, Mr. Tyler, not sure what's going on, but we're not getting any audio from you, or video for that matter. And our IT staff are reporting it is on your end, Mr. Tyler. I don't know if you're using a microphone or a laptop, but if you can switch your audio input, that might help. Okay, if we can't get audio from Mr. Tyler, I will just ask if we can move to the next deputant. And Clint, if you can talk with our staff here, maybe we can get you up and running in the background before the end of the deputations and bring Mr. Tyler back in. Okay. So I'll just ask if Michael Latto can come into the call.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Am I coming through?
Mr. Latto, we can hear you. Welcome to Barrie City Council, and you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Hello, Mayor Lehman and Council. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you. I am here in response to the changes proposed on September 21st, 2021 to zoning bylaw 2009-141 regarding, of course, detached accessory dwelling units with specific reference to the setback increases proposed by Council. Under the current bylaw, required setbacks for a detached accessory dwelling unit is 0.6 meters for internal side setbacks and rear setbacks, with exterior side yard setbacks being 3 meters. And the changes proposed and accepted require the rear yard setback to be 7 meters and all side yard setbacks at minimum 3 meters. I am here to ask Council to consider 2 changes to this bylaw amendment. The first change would be that I ask the Council to implement a 6-month grace period for these changes so that they do not come into effect until April 1st, 2022. This would allow for all projects under active development time to apply for zoning and permits under the current setbacks without causing undue additional expenses or hardships for these projects. There are several precedents for grace periods on changes to bylaws. For example, the City of Richmond placed a 6-month grace period on their bylaw banning single-use plastic in 2019. The Grand Prairie Council placed a 6-month grace period on their business license bylaw amendment in 2020. And closer to home, Midland Council allowed a 1-month grace period on their pay-by-plate parking system that was deployed on August 1st of this year. Second, I would ask that council consider reducing the rear yard setback from 7 meters to 3 meters as per the recommendations from city staff. I believe that increasing the rear yard setback to 7 meters to match the 7-meter main building setback ignores the fact that detached accessory dwelling units are limited to 10% lot coverage, and as a result are generally much smaller than the main buildings, which are limited to 35 to 45% of lot area, depending of course on the applicable zone. A 7-meter setback effectively bans detached accessory buildings from many lots, where the intent of the proposed bylaw amendments is to promote the construction of potential new rental units and more attainable housing to accommodate residents of all income levels and housing needs. Failing an overall change to 3 meters, then I would ask council to consider a reduction in areas where this would be more suitable in order to continue to promote the construction of potential new rental units. For example, an RM1 zone backing onto an industrial or commercial zone wouldn't require such a large setback since it wouldn't be intruding on another resident's backyard privacy. Thank you all for your time and consideration of these matters. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks very much, Mr. Lato, for your deputation. Any quick questions for Mr. Lato of clarification on his deputation? Okay, seeing none, thank you for being here tonight, Mr. Lato. And
thank you very much.
To the next deputant, who is Brady McDonald. Mr. McDonald, welcome to Barrie City Council. And of course, in accordance with our procedural bylaw, you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you very much. And through you, Mayor. I'm sure I've spoke to you all before as an expert in the field, and have created 25 of these throughout the city of Barrie. And so those 25 properties that we own that have these detached accessory dwelling units actually created 75 new rental units because of just the strategy that we employ. So we also have 15 more in the works, which is adding another 45 units when you consider if you can make the main dwelling a second suite. Then these actually have these do have a significant role in our community. So that is 120 rental units that we've created because of the current flexible bylaw. And I do agree that it is a little bit loose and tightening up is required, but I feel that, with the proposed amendments, these are going to the extreme. They're actually going against what your city staff and professional planning experts have recommended. So as Michael suggested, I would also highly recommend that we go back to the 3-meter rear yard setback. This is something that is significantly higher than what we current are, but so this should appease the people that don't want these in their backyards, the neighbors, but also give us, the developers, the ability to actually implement these. So I would first like to ask that question: is the 7-meter setback? How do we get to this proposed 7-meter rear yard setback when your staff recommended 3 meters? I think this needs to be reevaluated, and we need to put more weight on your staff's professional opinion. So we really need to think about that. How are we supposed to, increase our supply and densification if we need to build these detached accessory dwelling units to the exact same standard that a new house is required to build to? I think Michael had a great points along with that line as well. The map, it was very interesting that, at the last meeting you guys had, the request was to change the map as to show, which lots in the city could actually have these. It was interesting that staff created a minimum square footage of 188 square feet. I'd like to ask the question: has there ever been a detached accessory dwelling unit at that square footage? Has there ever been a second suite built to that square footage? Absolutely not. It takes 50 square feet to create a bathroom. That leaves 133 square feet for the kitchen, bedroom, and utilities. And this 188 square foot is likely exterior dimensions. Okay. So the reality of that map being relative or actually accurate is completely dismissible. So I would, use my average. So all the ones that we've built, say 600 square feet, run the map. I can guarantee you that you will see a sea of red, and there'll be limited properties throughout the city that will actually have these built. No basements. The idea of not allowing basements because they'll disturb roots more than a slab on grade. I can tell you I'm an arborist by trade, and regardless of the excavation, you have to remove all the soil on the top, which is where 90% of all roots are. The sewers and water lines that the city requires us to put in is just as invasive or more invasive than the buildings themselves. Okay, on to servicing. These are hard costs regardless of the size of the unit. So, and these costs are $25,000 to $30,000 to do any size unit. So if you think that anybody is going to build a tiny house that's 188 square feet, that is just not going to happen. It's just the hard costs are just too great for, what you could get out of it. Lastly, supply and demand. We've heard a lot about everybody, on the committee was talking about affordability, but we cannot deny that we have an equal supply issue that directly that affects affordability. By voting in support of these proposed amendments, you're directly voting to lower the supply of rental housing options within the city of Barrie. In just in closing, I truly hope that you guys consider the ramifications in implementations, like the 120 units that we will have created because of these will not happen again. And then we really need to consider who are the people in the community that are actually creating housing. It isn't policymakers, it isn't the backyard NIMSYs, it's the investors, the developers, and we can't help with the affordability and supply issue if policy doesn't allow us. So as you know what, I support exactly what Michael says. I oppose these amendments. We need to get back to something that's realistic and that still allows these developments within the city. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. McDonald. Any quick questions or clarification, members of council? Okay, thanks, Mr. McDonald, for being here, for giving us your deputation. I will now invite Colby Marshall to give his deputation. Mr. Marshall, welcome to.
Can you hear me now?
Council. Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'd like to thank council for allowing me to speak at this meeting. I'd like to touch on a couple of points that have come up over the past couple of months regarding detached suites. Firstly, I'd like to address the memo that contains the mapping of all the homes that support detached suites. This memo mapping is very misleading as it's based on detached suites the size of 188 square feet. This is less than 50% of what Barrie's minimum unit size is. If you were to use Barrie's current minimum size of 376 square feet, how many lots would actually be eligible? Our company's minimum size for detached suite is 500 square feet. We refuse to build anything smaller than 500 square feet because we believe people deserve a full kitchen, a full bathroom, and somewhere to put a bed. The next point is unaffordability. We keep hearing that detached suites are not affordable. CMHC defines affordable housing as 30% of the average household income in a city. On the CMHC website, the average household income is $96,915. This would mean affordable rent is $2,422. Through my due diligence, I have found the average garden suite rents for $1,900 per month. This is 22% below what CMHC deems affordable in the city of Barrie. Adopting the amendment for a 7-meter rear yard setback will make rent less affordable. My next point is lack of supply. The main reason rents are so high is due to the lack of supply. By creating this 7-meter rear yard setback, which is over double what staff recommended, you will hinder the creation of not only detached suites, but also second suites. When you have 3 units on one property, it keeps the rent on all 3 units affordable. The average detached home price in Barrie came close to $900,000 in September. If we can only create second suites with these current home prices and current building material costs, I will predict rent hitting $3,000 per month in the very near future. This $3,000 per unit is what it will cost to turn a single family home into a 2-unit dwelling. And that $900K will take the money to convert it to a 2-unit dwelling. I can also see an exodus of people leaving Barrie and heading to Innisfil or Aurelia, where the detached suite bylaw has fewer restrictions and rents will become more affordable. Additional red tape from the scope site plan. New scope site plan will make permit acquisitions for detached suites much more costly and timely. It will now be easier to build a home than build a detached suite on an existing lot. Due to the complexity of the new permit requirements, many families will be discouraged from building a detached suite for their extended family. I feel this should be reviewed and made to reflect different criteria for different zonings and a possible relief based on what your property backs onto, example, commercial space or cemeteries. We should not allow a few NIMBYs to dictate legislation and will affect extreme need for affordable housing. The needs of the many should outweigh the needs of a few. I urge council to repeal some of the red tape, or at the very least, go ahead with standing staff planning report and reduce the 7-meter rear yard setback to 3 meters. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Marshall. Any quick questions, clarification, members of council? Okay, thanks for your deputation, Mr. Marshall. We will move on to our next deputant, and that is Arlene McCann. Ms. McCann, welcome to Barrie City Council, and you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation.
Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to our deputations. I speak tonight in support of the proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw 2009-141 for affordable housing. I see a substantive change in the proposed amendments from the original, and for that I both commend and thank you. Your respect for a healthy and orderly community is readily apparent, and I also want to make clear that I am not opposed to increasing the density of the city. It is in all our best interest to retain what farmland and green space we have left. We must accomplish this intensification while adhering to stringent environmental guidelines. Anyone doubting the urgency of our climate crisis is at best naive and ignorant of the facts, or at worst ignoring the issues for short-term financial gain. Neither can be tolerated if we are to redirect our present negative path. I encourage our mayor and councillors to read my full statement that has been previously sent to you. Attached to that email are the pictures that I've been told will be shown this evening, as well as there are links to documents that provide factual reference. The issues that ensued from the original bylaw did not stem from negative intent. I truly believe that our mayor and council had the best of intentions. They wanted to solve the problem of affordable housing. The issues began with developers taking advantage of the vague wording to increase their profit margins, rather than increase the number of affordable homes. We have previously documented the destruction to both our environment and community. The damage that has been done cannot be undone. I would like to think that we can learn from these past errors. The proposed changes are a good starting point. It is in the implementation of these bylaws where I have concerns. Systemic information silos, a great term I was just recently introduced to, meaning the problem of one department not having a clue of what's happening elsewhere, was evident as I recently watched the Codrington Street neighborhood provide 2 hours of substantive reasons to the Committee of Adjustment for a proposal not to go ahead, only to see it approved. The reason cited, the committee could only consider the narrow parameters allowed by the wording of the zoning bylaw, with everything else being out of their jurisdiction. Each department, think information silo, had checked off on this project, while none had been able to consider the project as a whole. That example can be multiplied across the city. No one with any honesty can state that this project and many others like it are to the benefit of the residents of the city. The only true beneficiary is the developer's bank account. What can you, as the leaders of our city, do to prevent such planning gaffes? Please consider that when finalizing the word of any new bylaws and/or amendments. Tree protection is gaining strength with mandating site plan reviews for detached accessory dwellings. I hope it will gain further strength when the individual tree bylaw study is complete. Prior to the passing of these amendments tonight, any trees that are part of the woodlot within the city of Barrie, even if they are on private property, are protected, and the development application submission review and approval flowchart in the tree protection manual must be followed. This is good, but I have two concerns. One, how are the private property owners to know that they are not allowed to cut down the trees that are part of this ecological woodlot that is protected under city bylaws? I am confident that we have lost many trees due to that communication lapse. Two, on page 6 and 7 of that same flowchart, there are key stages where someone must make a judgment call as to whether a tree should or could be protected. The person or persons making that call will approach it with a bias formed by this council. My question to you, Mr. Mayor and Council, is what is your bias? Do you wish this decision to be made with a bent toward retaining all possible trees, or do you wish to expedite the project regardless of the canopy loss? To approach this question with fiscal responsibility, you must reject the one-to-one replacement of mature tree for a sapling. That thinking is lazy in its analysis. The mature trees need to be considered as a cost-saving venture. The city need do very little but allow them to survive. The list of the benefits these trees provide us is lengthy, and the monetary cost to the city is near zero. In the final 60 seconds of the most recent general planning meeting, a vote was taken on increasing the footprint of residential development on institutional land from 30 to 50%. The lack of discussion over that change and the loose wording makes me worry that we could be setting the stage for another detached accessory dwelling type debacle. Will there be safeguards, i.e. specific wording in place to avoid the green spaces on these inner city institutional lands from disappearing? With the increased density from projects, such as those proposed on Jacobs Terrace, we will be needing all the inner city green spaces we have. Once those open spaces are gone, they are not coming back. We have so many properties within our city borders that are sitting idle, broken tarmac, gathering garbage, weed infested, and offering an opening to negative behaviors. Can these lands that have already seen prior development not be incentivized toward industrial development? Please don't build over our green spaces. We have lost far too many already. In conclusion, your decisions have consequences we are facing daily. Past mistakes are now quite literally tearing neighborhoods apart. As of September 21st, only 42 detached accessory dwellings have been permitted this year and last. All this disruption for 42 units. 42 units with less than 25% of them meeting the definition of affordable housing. We need these proposed amendments to be approved tonight. Waiting even another month means more neighborhoods are being exposed to long-lasting upheaval. Thank you for your attention, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your deputation, Ms. McCann. Any quick questions or clarification from members of council? Okay, thank you for your deputation. We did receive your written submission as well, Ms. McCann. I will now call on Chris Franco, our next deputant. Mr. Franco, welcome to Barrie City Council, and you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Councilors. I'd like to open by saying that you are policymakers for the direction of available housing units to be constructed in the city of Barrie. More regulations will hurt the housing supply currently in place. These units inject a new life into these neighborhoods with the ability to have their own space, and limiting where they will be will lead to a densification of accessory dwelling units in certain neighborhoods. I would like to bring your attention to the internal memo that was shared with me on today's date. This particular map has a lot of red identified properties. Bill 108 was implemented by the provincial government for the More Homes and More Choices Act. This particular act gives the ability of homeowners to have a secondary suite in their own property, as well as an additional residential suite ancillary to their property. By creating these regulations, you are limiting and disallowing residents in our city to put an additional suite in their backyard. I would care to argue, and I pose this question, has the city seen a legal opinion on this, on whether they're allowed to do this? Secondly, would you not think that I would have a fair access to this particular legislation? This is a legislation in order to increase supply, not diminish supply. Now, I also have an internal email by your Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Michael Prowse, and I quote, "These proposed zoning standards make it more difficult to create a second/third suite in the city of Barrie. If you have a general manager or an internal administrative officer having an opinion on this, I care to argue, is this what are you guys trying to do? These affordable units are put into place so that we can have more housing. As more supply comes onto the market, it helps with the demand. As our borders start to open, Georgian College is going to see an influx of students. Where are they going to go? Where are they going to be? How are we going to combat this? I will care to argue that if you impose these bylaw restrictions to create less units on our space, we're going to see more problems arise in the next year. I will leave you this with my opinion, and I thank you for taking the time to listen. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Franco. Any quick questions of clarification? Councillor Thompson?
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. Just for some clarity, Mr. Franco, you made a comment, and I just think it was taken out of context that our CAO did not give you an opinion, and in that internal email, you had made a comment and he was responding to it. And the people watching tonight don't know about that email. So I just think that your comment was out of context. And I don't think that's appropriate to say that he is not giving you his opinion. He was just stating a fact on the comments you had made previous, and he sent you the link to the appropriate governing body that would deal with your concerns. That's all for me.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Thompson, for the clarification. Are there any questions for Mr. Franco? Okay, thank you, Mr. Franco, for being here. Thanks for your deputation. We will move on to Kathy Colbatch as our next deputant. Ms. Colbatch, welcome to Barrie City Council, and you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation.
Thank you so much. This evening, I have decided I won't be speaking from my own deputation, that I will be reading a deputation on behalf of Sue Murdoch, who has approved my reading this. So for those of you who may not know who Sue Murdoch is, I would like to give you a brief introduction. Sue is a professional historical consultant who is based in Barrie but works across Ontario. She has provided historical reports to the City of Barrie and private citizens, and is co-author of Beautiful Barrie, A History of Our City. Mayor Lehman and members of Barrie City Council, this is from Sue Murdoch. First, I commend Council for its commitment to addressing the affordable housing crisis in Barrie. In 2016, a structural failure in part of my 1849 heritage designated house presented an opportunity for rebuilding that section to include a second suite. It has proven to be a successful conversion with minimal impact on the appearance of the property or neighborhood. In an overview reading of staff report DEV 021-21, many of the amendments proposed appear to correct some of the earlier provisions that placed the livability of existing neighborhoods at risk for all. It also appears that the impact on the health of trees essential in the critical battle against climate change was previously underestimated. Much of my career in heritage conservation has involved the adaptive reuse of historic buildings. It is a fact that historic properties, which typically have oversized lots with undersized building coverage, are obvious candidates for second suite and detached accessory dwelling unit initiatives. These properties are also the most vulnerable to negative impact as a result of incompatible additions. The widespread consequence can be the erosion of the character and viability of the established neighborhoods that collectively enhance the quality of life in a community. In heritage conservation, the baseline principle for every successful adaptive reuse project is that the design of the addition, whether integral or detached, be compatible in form, massing, and spatial relationships to the existing structure. Whether designed to appear as part of one composition or hidden behind historic or modern in style with the same or different materials, the visual change is always less offensive, more compatible with the streetscape, and better tolerated by the neighborhood when this principle of design compatibility is applied. My suggestion is that this principle or approach to the design of second suites and accessory dwelling units be entrenched in the proposed amendment and or as part of the site plan review process. Without some design compatibility measures, the character and long-term viability of all of our Barrie's historic neighborhoods and properties will be at risk. Sincerely, Sue Murdoch. Thank you for your time and would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mrs. Colbatch. Any questions for Ms. Colbatch? Okay, seeing none, thanks for being here tonight. And we will move on to our next deputant, who is Arnie Ibsens. Mr. Ibsens, welcome to Barrie City Council, and you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman and Council, for the opportunity to speak and for addressing this. Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, I just moved the papers. I thought maybe I turned off the computer by mistake. So thank you for addressing this matter. I see there's some pictures that I put up, and I can, if you have any questions about that, but that's basically where I live in my neighborhood here on Alfred Street. I would like to also take a quick moment by acknowledging the passing of Al McNair. I knew Al initially via the Barrie Folk Society, but we often would cross paths at City Hall doing various deputations, and I certainly have shared his passion for environmental protections. If one goes to the city website, there's a document under buildingbarrie.ca. Within that document, under the intensification area urban design guidelines from 2012, it states, among other things, principles that, in quote, respectfully blends into the existing fabric. And these new builds don't do that. And this is an example here of the picture where we have an older neighborhood, and this are like a couple of fourplexes that have been built. And for us who live in older established neighborhoods, that is the crux of the matter. The mandate of places to grow has been mismanaged and misconstrued to mean that every square inch of land can now be developed. To go into existing older neighborhoods and build behind builds is not only unsightly, it's unreasonable and out of character, and is also a strain on existing services. These additional units cram people into small areas with insufficient parking and living space and are not affordable. Here on this unit here on Alfred Street is not unusual because there are 4 units in the front and there are a proposed 4 more units in the back, where at one point this was a single family home on a treed lot. So it's not unusual now currently to see 8 to 10 cars, even 12 cars parked in front of that building and on the street. And who knows what's going to happen with another 4 units built in behind it. What happened to families playing in their backyards? You probably can't see in that picture, but on a dirt patch beside the driveway is a trampoline. What has happened to family get-togethers? What has happened to affordable housing? There's a property in our area that recently falls into the rental evictions category. A young ASD student that I know and her family had to vacate their rental space home after it sold for approximately $700,000, only to see it go back on the market 2 months later and is now listed at $1.3 million. Is this fair to this family, working class people who had to leave their rented space and change schools and having to leave Barrie because they can't afford a new place in the area? Barrie is currently 3rd highest rental prices in Canada. Opportunities to minimize sprawl, such as building 40 towers beside the South GO station instead of current townhouses that are being built there. These ideas are dismissed, and building affordable housing units on the old fire hall grounds on Vespa Street would be an ideal location. Please focus on sustainable, affordable housing and common sense instead of what developers and investors want. I thank you and appreciate your time. And here's a picture of a typical house in our neighborhood. And they're generally a story and a half, and the house beside it is a single bungalow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your deputation, Mr. Edisons. Any quick questions of clarification from councilors? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for being here tonight, Arnie, and making that deputation. I will call on our next deputant. That is Terry Forrester.
Mayor Lehman and members of council, I'm here before you this evening to show support for amendments being put forward by staff and council in the hopes that these changes will create more affordable units and less contentious issues for impacted neighborhoods. This is a good start with more to be done. We need to do better, such as a minimum separation between locations or the number of units per ward and number of occupants as per the Ontario Building Code. Granville, William, Burton, Cumberland, Orin, Roslyn, Pouget, Peel, Wellington, Codrington, Rodney, Caroline, Marcus, Alfred, Kempfelt Drive. What do they all have in common? Detached accessory dwellings being built without consideration for our existing communities. We have the ability to make strong building planning, demolition, urban design guidelines, inspections and oversight from start to finish through our permitting process. So far, we have not witnessed this as residents. As of this evening, another landlord with the detached accessory dwelling currently under construction, has completely dug up the front lawn and driveway to put in infrastructure, leaving a wide open trench all across the property with no fencing, taping, or signage advising of danger. Currently, we are allowing affordable, safe, healthy homes in our communities to be demolished to make way for new primary homes and detached accessory units. People are being displaced at an alarming rate. This is not sustainable environmentally, nor is this affordable. We're impacting our landfill and tree canopy when we should be repurposing instead of tearing it down. We should be building more rental units, such as 6 or 8-story buildings with a mix of 1, 2, 3, or 4 bedroom units. This built form brings a larger number of units to market without totally disrupting and disrespecting our existing established residential communities, especially in historic neighborhoods. Barrie City Council strategic plan includes fostering a safe and healthy city, growing responsibly, building a greener Barrie, benefits of trees, air conditioning, insulation, environmental stress relief, oxygen, noise mitigation, water purification, carbon dioxide removal, air purification, asthma relief, privacy, ornamental, increase in property value, and wildlife, food, and habitat. Get more affordable housing built. Continue supporting community partners such as Redwood Park and Habitat for Humanity and the County of Simcoe. Public health and safety, foster safe and healthy communities. Creating safer streets. Let's work together to find solutions that will create affordable housing. I want to thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your deputation, Mr. Forrester. Any questions or clarification from councilors? Okay, seeing none, thanks for being here. We will move on to our next deputant, and that is Brenda and Christopher. Tried to put you together there like Jennifer. Brenda and Christopher McCauley. Welcome to Barrie City Council. See if we can get the McCauleys into the call here. See how I did that too?
Sorry, yes. The Macaulays are not online right now.
Oh, see, that just wrecked the joke. Okay. We will try and get the Macaulays in a little bit later. And so we will move on to our next deputant, and that is Cam Naisbitt. Ms. Naisbitt, welcome to Barrie City Council, and you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation. Oh, still on mute.
There we go. Oh, there we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, can hear you now.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm on mat leave right now. I think I've forgotten how to use the computer. Thank you everyone for allowing everyone to speak tonight. I think there have been some really good points made on both sides. Of course, deputations are often emotionally charged when we're speaking of things so personal. So we do appreciate all of your attention. I know it's been a long night for everyone, and again, I do appreciate your attention to this. I'm in favor of the amendments that are being put forward. I think it's important for people to have their say. I thank everyone who kind of collaborated on the changes that are being put forward. I think they are representative of the concerns and opinions of the residents in some of the areas that have been affected. As a resident of Barrie and a community member of Allendale, I'm in support of these amendments, of course. I know the city of Barrie, has a responsibility to the province of Ontario to, follow policy and regulation and initiatives that come down. I work in post-secondary education. I know all too well, how policies and regulations can influence and affect and change even strategic missions and mandates that have been already set forth. And so, I understand the responsibility of the city to provide affordable housing. I don't think any of the people who have been, offering deputations in favor of the amendments are against those things. Clearly, we're just saying that, that the way the bylaw is written currently is affecting neighborhoods in a very long lasting way. I think Arlene said very eloquently. But, you know, aside from, you know, meeting the expectations of the province of Ontario, the city of Barrie also has a responsibility to create neighborhoods. You have a responsibility to maintain and preserve neighborhoods, and have communities have values that represent what kind of city Barrie wants to be. William, Holgate, Burton, Cumberland, you know, we have some of the nicest old homes in this city. We spend thousands, tens of thousands of dollars of our own money preserving the history of this city. And you know, we have very caring people, good neighbors, and we're essentially preserving you know, a huge part of what Allendale used to be. And I think that sometimes gets overlooked. Currently, right now, there are 8 separate activities on William Street alone that are very concerning to me, and will change the composition of the neighborhood in a very long-lasting way. You know, everyone that's on my street moved here for the large lots in the history, and it seems like we're being penalized because we are on large lots and our houses are a little more affordable. And you know, when one comes up for sale, it's like an investor's dream, and they're grabbing at it and frothing at the mouth. You know, it's all very, very concerning. The large lots and affordable housing prices, again, making you know, the areas an investor's dream, and with wide open bylaws like this, they're taking advantage of the city. And to be honest, it's actually embarrassing to have people from the Greater Toronto area come up and you know, develop land and you know, again, affect change on neighborhoods that they have no investment in. I agree with one of the deputations that said that there's too much activity in a concentrated area, and it's going to change the neighborhood. Again, I did a submission that shows the 8 changes that are on William Street alone between Gowan and Baldwin, which is 3 city blocks. The issues that concern me, again, like someone eloquently said, I think it was Kathy, that the new second dwellings don't fit into the historic neighborhood. There's no consideration given to that. Often these people are coming up from the city, so they're absent landlords. There are property upkeep issues, increased traffic, parking on the streets. There's a loss of privacy with the buildings looming in our backyard. There's destruction of flora and fauna. There's the increased rentals in an area that already has a lot of rentals and subsidized housing, you know, compared to other parts of the city. The amendments will help reduce some of these issues, but you know, I pose the question: is this all we can do in support of preserving our neighborhoods? I would encourage council to think about what changes bylaws can be in historic neighborhoods. You know, a bylaw can't be you know, across the city, the same bylaw across the city. You know, again, historic neighborhoods are very different than a neighborhood in the south end of the city, for example. Speaking to one of the comments from the developers, residents should not be penalized for the unaffordable price of real estate and land for developers to access. That is not our problem. You know, our land and neighborhood is not for sale. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Naismith, for your deputation. Are there any questions or clarification? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much for being here. We will go to our next deputant, who is Barb Mackey. Welcome to council. Just get Ms. Mackey into the call. Welcome to council, and in accordance with our bylaw, you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation.
Good evening, Mayor Lehman and council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. The amendments brought forward by council have clearly taken into consideration the residents' perspective, and I am in support of these amendments. Without these amendments, permits issued to build houses and backyards have resulted in the elimination of the tree canopy and green spaces in residential neighborhoods. Neighbors have been left without privacy and with thousands of dollars in damages to their properties, some of which is related to the removal of 100-year-old trees. the character of well-established neighborhoods, the private residential homes, and the quality of life enjoyed by generations of families are at risk if we do not establish satisfactory bylaws with respect to building houses in backyards. The negative impact to residents is being felt throughout our city. We have neighbors unwilling to do deputations for fear of retribution from their neighbors who have bought up houses on their streets as investments to build houses in the backyards. And the environmental impact alone, with a potential removal of thousands of trees and acres of green space, is a result that cannot be reversed. We can't replace 100-year-old trees. We are here today due to good intentions. The province's mandate to have 3 residential dwellings on 1 residential lot was an attempt at dealing with the lack of affordable housing. Unfortunately, we are all aware, and it's supported by many statistics and reports that are out there, that this modest increase in supply is no longer creating affordable housing. Exorbitant rents have only influenced investors to buy up residential houses with a prospect of receiving up to $3,500 per month for 1 house with 2 dwellings, and the same from a house built in the backyard. Despite the backyard house being a single dwelling, the city is unable to police illegal second dwellings. And we know permits have been approved for these backyard houses with 2 front entrances and full basements. The city is also unable to police the number of occupants in each property. More significant with respect to this bylaw is the fact that our municipality is unable to ensure any secondary suite or any house built in the backyard of a single family residence is affordable. Longtime tenants are being forced to accept incentive packages to move, or an agreement for a limited stay, at which time they'll pay a higher rent or move. Either way, investors are taking away affordable housing, and our city is supporting developers and absentee landlords. The result of building houses in backyards has had a negative impact on most residing residents, whether they own their home or whether they rent their home. I do have an affordable second suite and did a deputation to council in 2019 due to the changes that were proposed for our CIP programs to eliminate the program supporting the restoration of heritage homes and the creation of a second suite. I was approved prior to the CIP changes and was able to apply for a grant in the form of a forgivable loan over 15 years to discourage developers from flipping houses, from the County of Simcoe entering into a legal agreement to maintain an affordable rent. Residents are in support of affordable housing, but why would investors support it? Building houses in backyards is not creating affordable housing, and it is negatively impacting the character of our neighborhoods, our environment, and the quality of life for those residing in them, whether they own or rent. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms. Mackey, for your deputation. Any quick questions of clarification, members of council? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for being here and making that deputation. We're going to go back to Clint Tyler. Were we able to get Mr. Tyler's audio working? Yes, I'm seeing nods from our staff. There's Mr. Tyler. And if you can unmute yourself. Oh, crash. Are we, Mr. Tyler, if you're on the phone, I think you are, it's #6 to unmute. #6. I thought pound was the star. Is pound's not the star? See, I learned something new every day.
You just aged yourself.
Well, okay, well, like hashtag is like, you know, still being used, Councillor Thompson. There we go. Mr. Tyler, we can hear you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, welcome to City Council.
To speak to council.
Yep, go ahead.
I'm here to speak for the 200 households and the 400 members of Ward 1 Residents Association. We began this Residents Association only 4 months ago. We have grown so rapidly because of the level of concern in the neighborhood regarding the threats to the quality of life that is being posed by the influence of rental properties. To begin, I am here tonight to applaud you and the elected representatives present in recognizing the threat the initial affordable housing plan posed the neighborhoods in Barrie. Thank you for understanding the pressure that is being felt by us residents as more and more rental dwellings appear in our neighborhood with little or no regulation. I have been going door to door for more than 3 months, days a week, to speak to residents. Of the 300 homes I have visited, only one individual spoke in favor of the second dwelling in the backyard. The reasons that residents in Ward 1 are adamantly against the second dwelling is a result of the special circumstances we face as a neighborhood. There are 4 factors that intertwine to cause the current alarming situation. The 4 factors that intertwine to cause our situation are: 1, we have a large institution that is earning $45 million as of 2018 in tuition by recruiting individuals to study in Barrie and to immigrate to Canada without having available housing for the recruits. The recruits, many of whom intend to immigrate to Canada, accept the poor housing conditions of living with up to 13 in a house and paying $650 each per month because of their desire to immigrate to Canada. Poor way to welcome new people to our country. We support the institution's goal of providing job training for our community, but not that of recruiting more and more students for whom they do not have adequate housing. It is doing irreparable harm to our neighborhood. This does relate to second dwellings. The presence of the thousands of international students and potential immigrants has spawned a boarding house rental industry. Realty companies are advertising throughout central Ontario of the potential to earn significant return on investment by buying into the international student rental housing industry in Ward 1. Number 3, there is no proactive enforcement of bylaws in Barrie. A resident whom I have talked to, literally hundreds, I've had people just weep while they were telling me their story. They must call and plead and beg to have bylaws enforced. I have documented evidence of this. Investors know that they are not going to be monitored by the professionals of the city, but by neighbors only when the situation becomes intolerable. Given the current pressures regarding rental housing in Ward 1, the plan was presented to allow, in quotes, affordable second dwellings in the backyards. It caused great alarm. It is evident the absentee landlords would welcome the opportunity to build more rooms to rent in their own backyards and thereby increasing their return on investment. It has been stated to council by developers themselves that the proposed dwellings will not be affordable housing, with rents from $1,800 to $3,200 a month. But most likely what it will be is a number of individuals each paying $600 to $700 each, which will quickly raise the amount of money they can collect as landlords. Mr. Mayor and Council, you had given us hope with the passage of the pilot project regarding licensing of rental properties in a designated area that I live in. Then the second plan about dwellings, second dwellings, just take away this hope. But fortunately, you, body, have recognized our plight and have, within what is possible to do, proposed bylaw revisions that help to protect our neighborhood from too much further exploitation by those only interested in profit and not in the common good. The Ward 1 Residents Association supports the proposed revised bylaws, which provide a 3-meter separation on either side of the dwelling, a 7-meter separation from the back property line. The separations will give the neighbors and tenants some living space. Recreate, not just survive in a box in a backyard for shelter. The restriction on not permitting basements assures that the environmental impact will be lessened regarding the flora in the neighboring yards. And we as an association thank you for your courage to place your residents first.
Mr. Tyler, thank you very much for your deputation. Are there any questions of clarification for Mr. Tyler? Okay, seeing none, thanks for bearing with the challenges. We thank you for your deputation tonight. We will move on now to the 4 emergency deputations, which were approved earlier. The first emergency deputation is from Jennifer Van Gennep. Welcome to Barrie City Council, and Ms. Van Gennep, you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation.
Thank you. The SCADA Barrie chapter wishes to thank City Council for the opportunity to speak to these proposed amendments to the zoning bylaws related to affordable housing. We note first that although there seems to be much confusion in the public, we are aware that the legislation allowing for secondary suites and accessory dwellings on almost all residential lots came from the province via the More Homes, More Choices Act of 2019 and was not a choice made by the city. We are also aware that there are residents in Barrie that have had a very negative experience, as investors have taken full advantage of the new legislation and made some building choices that exploit the new provisions to maximize profit and certainly seem to be outside the stated intention of the Act. The first paragraph of the More Homes, More Choices Act reads, "The Government of Ontario believes that increasing the supply of housing will help every person in Ontario by making housing more affordable. Many will be able to realize their dream of home ownership, while renters will see lower costs and a mix of housing types to choose from." There seem to be many competing agendas at play regarding this set of bylaw amendments, including profit margins, tree protection, parking, and neighborhood character preservation. While some of the amendments and the amendments to the amendments get well into the minutiae of setbacks and height restrictions to appease these other agendas, we urge Council to remain focused on how the affordable housing proposed zoning bylaw amendment promotes the creation of affordable housing. We are in an affordable housing crisis. As we have said before, converting basements and attics into apartments, backyard tiny homes and garden suites, and other creative ways of adding additional small footprint housing on existing lots in established neighborhoods are really great ways to create affordable housing options in our city. Bylaw amendments that limit accessory dwellings to 1 story and reset the minimum square footage to align with the minimum set out in the building code both seem like ways to help encourage smaller accessory dwellings. One would hope that these would therefore in turn be more affordable. These adjustments, along with slightly increased setbacks, will hopefully also quiet some of the NIMBYism that can surround these projects. Property owners that want to build a basement for their accessory dwelling or have a different size setback can apply for a variance, as always, and a decision can be made on a case-by-case basis if excavation, etc., will be harmful. We would caution that setbacks that are too large will severely limit the properties that are eligible, and we are curious how many properties are disqualified when the rear setback is 7 meters compared to the 3 meters suggested by staff. As an Alliance to End Homelessness, one of our priorities is advocating for adequate rental options for low-income households. Despite the opening paragraph of the More Homes, More Choices Act that I just read, there is mounting evidence that increasing the supply of housing does not bring down housing prices and certainly is not guaranteed to result in lower rents for lower income households. In 2019, the county reviewed rents of second suites across the county that were not subsidized by grants through the county and they found that less than 25% are renting at the provincial definition of affordable, which arguably is already too high of a threshold. We expect that the 2021 review will find that percentage of qualifying affordable units has dropped even further. Just because a housing unit costs less to build does not mean it will cost less to rent. Investors are attracted to the buy-to-rent market when returns are higher than in a more traditional stock portfolio. It's a wealth-building strategy. While we're not opposed to building wealth per se, we do take issue when it impacts the right to housing of our neighbors. When housing is hoarded, what we all understand as the basic economic theories of supply and demand don't seem to apply in the same way. In the book, Understanding Affordability, the authors write, although important, increases in housing supply alone are unlikely to stabilize, let alone improve affordability. So again, we continue to urge the city to consider all the tools at your disposal to bring down rent prices and create options that are affordable, and specifically tools outside of bylaws that may make these units in particular stay under a certain rent cap. We have made several policy suggestions previously, but we unfortunately don't have a silver bullet to offer. However, we do believe that good city planning provides affordable housing options across the income spectrum of the people who live there. Some factors fall to the federal and provincial governments, but of the 444 municipalities in Ontario, only Toronto has higher rent prices than Barrie. Clearly, something is broken at the local level, and it does fall to you to find a solution. Many experts agree that land use planning is one of the most impactful ways that municipal governments can help or hinder housing prices. These affordable housing bylaw amendments are an important opportunity to make the creation of affordable housing easier. We urge you to find a measured balance between affordable sized footprints and excessive restrictions, keeping people and their right to housing at the center. As always, thank you for the opportunity to provide comments. We remain at your disposal as you work to address the affordable housing shortage in our city.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Gennep. Any quick questions or clarification, members of council? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much for the deputation. Our next deputants are Megan Kennedy and Denise Schultz. Do we have Megan and Denise on the call? There we go. Welcome to council, and in accordance with our bylaw, you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening to the mayor and councillors. We are speaking in support of the proposed bylaw. A lot of what we're going to say has already been covered by the previous speakers. We also recognize that this is a provincial initiative that the city is compelled to follow, and we are certainly not opposed and are well aware of the issues of affordable housing. However, the second suite that has gone in on our street does not follow. I certainly hope this is not the vision that the city had for its community. This is a house that has been shoehorned into a backyard. Some photos were sent in. I don't know if you have those available, but it is very, very, very close to the property line. And I understand that that fell within the parameters set by the city, but this is more like inner city New York or Bangladesh. This is not the city of Barrie. This is not the community that we purchased our houses in. The changes that are impacting the residents here are 1,000-fold. There's impact to the value of our properties, even though our councillor, who also kind of stonewalled us, but our councillor who assured us this would increase the value of our property, not so, as it turns out. There's a drain on infrastructure in terms of additional garbage, additional hydro, additional water lines. There's now what used to be a front yard with a garden is now turned into a parking lot. So the pedestrian and vehicular traffic, of course, will increase. There's a lack of privacy for the immediate neighbors. Concerns about fire safety because the buildings are very, very close, not only to the structure that's already there, but to the neighbors' buildings. There doesn't seem to have been, someone spoke about silos, and that seems relevant here because the house, after it was already up, it was discovered, the house is too high. So then big giant boulders had to be brought in and backfill to raise the ground so that the house was not quote unquote too high. The house hasn't changed size. They've just raised the ground level, if you will, of the backyard. So lots of negative impact for the neighbors. There's got to be a different answer. This is Canada. We have so much land and people spread out, and we don't all have to live on the same little postage stamp. So thank you for considering the changes to the bylaw that would kind of limit some of these second suites. We have, having said all that, we have seen areas in the city where it works, where the house looks, the second suite looks very similar to the house and doesn't, there's a lot of property around where it works. It's not jamming a full house into someone's backyard. That's not the case on our street, and we welcome the proposed changes. And thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much for your deputation. Any quick questions of clarification, members of council? Okay, not seeing any. Well, thank you for being here tonight, giving us those remarks. Our next deputant is Rachel Holden. Welcome to City Council, and you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Given that it's about 9 o'clock at night, and I know that you guys have been going for hours, I will try to make this as easy as possible. I run a small real estate investment firm called Uplift Ventures. I have some experience in the nonprofit sector, and I was actually drawn to real estate and to the construction of these suites based on my knowledge of the social determinants of health and how necessary housing is to a city. I currently have a social impact mandate, and I donate 1% of rents back to local community charities, one of those being Redwood Communities. And I'm actually looking to have 10% of my portfolio fall under the low income rent threshold. So going over everything that's been said today, the way I've sort of gathered my thoughts is the business case for coach houses and then the allowability and what you have in the bylaws. So my understanding of the situation is that your planned population growth in Barrie is about 300,000 of the total population by the year 2051. So that's what your official plan is looking at, the possibility of doubling your current population. So in my mind, it's either urban intensification or urban sprawl, because either way, those 150,000 people are coming to the city. So we need to find housing for them, and something has to give. What I've heard today is a lot of NIMBYism, a lot of character, which is oftentimes coded language for we don't want renters in our neighborhood, or we don't want those type of people. And I really know that it's coming from a place of worry, a place of concern, but it's just not factually correct. So I thought I would talk about some of the costs and the costs to construct versus the cost of rent, because I don't think anybody has really talked about this from a business case point of view. I've reached out to a few builders and I've done some GC work myself, and the cost to construct something about 600 square feet runs about $250,000 retail. So we're talking about $250,000 investment, not for the home, but for the construction of the coach house in the back of the home. And a lot of those costs, as you have heard, are sunk costs. They're the costs of putting in hydro, putting in plumbing, the cost of permits and architects. So it doesn't matter if the square footage is 300 or 500 or 600, that cost is similar. So if we're looking at the lowest possible interest rates that we have right now, we're looking at about 3% on a line of credit. If we're paying interest-only payments on that $250,000, the interest-only payment is $600. We then have, on top of that, we have insurance, we have increased taxes, we have vacancy rates, we have capital costs because we know that things are going to happen. So we're looking at a base cost of a minimum of $1,000 just to maintain and not to reduce the debt at all, which, you know, listening to your earlier 6 p.m. meeting, we know is trouble when you don't look at reducing debt. So looking at your grants program for a 1-bedroom, the allowable rent is $1,187. So it is virtually impossible to build these units and to have a bank finance them with a possible 10% margin, right? Like looking at sort of $1,000 in carrying costs and the possibility of $1,187 as a rental income. There is no business case for it, and the banks will not allow that to happen. You will not be able to build under that criteria. I actually had a bank walk through. I told them what I was going to rent it for, and they looked at me and they said, you need more to strengthen your balance sheet. And that is the type of thing that the investors are working on. So there has to be a profit margin or it won't be built, long story short. So the way that I'm looking at this and what I'm seeing in these bylaws is that the allowability for more institutional land to be created is, in my mind, where you're going to see the affordability, because those institutions will then have access to interest-free loans or to grant programs or to charitable situations where they're not making these large interest payments and they don't have to create a business case for it. It's a community case. So I think it's terrific that you've increased the property allowances for those institutional lands, because I think that is where your affordability is going to come in. Now, another thing that I've sort of talked to, family and friends about is when you build this new unit, you're essentially freeing up a spot for somebody to move up the property ladder. You now have a brand new unit. Most of them have stainless steel appliances. They have hardwood floors. They're well constructed. They're safe. That person is moving up to a Cadillac rental. That leaves their little Mazda Miata available for the next person on the property ladder. So the fact that I am not creating specifically affordable housing by your own definition does not mean that I'm not creating affordable housing, because now that Mazda Miata is available for somebody else as a first-time driver, and they can get to work and back, they can move out of their home, so on and so forth. So there's more rental availability within the marketplace. So let me see here. Okay, so switching from business case to allowability, I think that the 7-meter rear setback is a huge missed opportunity. Let's just say that. I'm looking at the report that came out today to council that was helping you with understanding what the map talked about. And if we look at it, the limiting distance of the rear setback is set at 7 meters. That 7-meter, we'll call it the backyard of the coach house, is now larger than what you've allowed for the main home to have a backyard. They've only set that setback at 3 meters. So now you're looking at giving a 10-foot yard to the main home and a 20-foot backyard to the coach house, which I don't think is what was intended at all. And you've taken everything and pushed it closer to the street and condensed everybody so that they don't have their own outdoor space. My humble suggestion is that we go back to what the planning department had suggested and leave that rear setback at 3 meters. At 3 meters with strategic window placement, we can make sure that people are not staring into their neighbors' households, right? Like, so the places that I have built, I've purposely not put windows on one section and put the windows on the other side of their home so that they were looking over their side yard or they were looking into a fence. So they still had lighting, but they weren't looking into the bedrooms of their neighbors. We just need to give this a little bit of thought without it being really, really hard for people to get these things created. Again, going back to the report that was given to you today, 188 square feet is completely unlivable and is unrealistic. The parking, the trees, and the structures, there's just so much in here that doesn't provide you the information that you need to make a decision today. I'm not saying like, you know what, no basements, fine. Basements actually increase the height a little bit. They give better or worse sight lines into the neighborhood yard. You don't want somebody overlooking your pool. I understand that. But the information that you need is not in these maps. Because when you look at all of this and you take into account topography and you take into account a square unit size that's 500 or 600 square feet, this map will turn red, right? The majority of this will turn red. And then one glaring error that I noticed in this, and forgive me if I didn't see it, was the environmental zones as well were not laid on top of this. So in our earlier discussion, we talked about the fact that the Conservation Authority and environmentally protected zones were not going to be buildable. And we need to make sure that that is layered on top of this map, because you're going to find, I'm sure, that a lot of these areas that have large lots that look like they would be approved are actually in environmentally sensitive zones, which can't be built on. So if that's the case, we need to take those out of the equation as well. I hasten to bet that what looks like 50% of lots that are allowable would actually be closer to 10 or 15% lots available. So if it were to pass as it stands right now, you're looking at decimating the entire program. Whether or not that's the intention, that is what will happen. And if we're looking at, okay, well, we go to site plan, we go to council, we have to go to variance, you're asking somebody to put up approximately $700,000 to purchase either that single family home or that duplex, keep in a coffer $250,000 to do the construction and not know whether or not that project is going to go ahead because it has to go to committee of adjustment or it has to be approved for a minor variance. And that amount of inconsistency or instability in investment is going to make sure that people don't move forward with it. I'm just going through my notes here. I'm sorry, I know I'm probably taking
Yeah,
a
Ms.
little bit
Holden,
too much
I'm
time.
sorry to
Yeah.
cut you off, but to be fair to all the deputants, I've let you have a little extra time, so I just need you to wrap it up. Thanks.
Yes, the one thing that I would like to mention is that I have no problem with saving trees. I actually prefer it. I'm a bit of an environmentalist myself, but if we're going to take site plan and apply it to all of this, then we need to be fair and we need to apply site plan to the construction of garages and the construction of swimming pools, because the construction of garages and of swimming pools both have an equal amount of environmental factors and destroy root systems and things like that. And if we don't apply it consistently, it's considered, in my opinion anyway, prejudicial against rental housing. So we want to make sure that we have enough information that these things can be applied across the board and that they're fair and just to everybody who is a stakeholder. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry, I get a bit passionate.
Thanks very much for the deputation. Lots in that. Ms. Holden, any quick questions of clarification, members of council? Councillor Morales?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Ms. Holding? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That was an incredible deputation. I am so impressed at your understanding of urban economics and supply. So let me ask you a question. Do you have that, since obviously you went over time and we're trying to be fair to all deputants, do you have a transcript of your presentation and maybe you're researched?
No, I have like a bullet point list.
Oh, I was bullet.
I'm happy to send that through to you if you'd like.
No need. I will replay the video many times because that was very insightful. Let me ask you a question, because I really appreciate your understanding of supply and how how it pushes it onto green fields. So there is an environmental aspect. I loved your example that you said about the windows and the 3 meter setback. Do you recommend that council, and I think you said it, so I'm just trying to clarify, do you recommend that council take away the amendment that bans the basement suites in order to increase that square footage livability? And could you maybe just elaborate on that one point a little bit more, since I know you're trying to touch base on a lot, because other presenters did it at well. I don't mean to take away from them, but you kind of did your like list of demands in a bullet point. So I was wondering if you could expand on the basement one, why that one would be important as well.
The basements are a bit of a contentious point, I completely admit. If we're going to limit the footprint of them, then there's no choice but to go down or to go up, because if we can only use a postage stamp size, we have to go one way or the other. In my opinion, it's a bylaw matter whether or not people actually put, force units in those basements. That's a bylaw enforcement issue. I think what I was saying was keeping them low, slab on grade, means that the windows are not so high that they can look over a privacy fence. And the windows can usually be constructed in a way that they're not looking right into the bedrooms of the people next door.
Okay, perfect. And I know there was a lot of comments said about that variances can be achieved on a case-by-case basis. Could you maybe just reiterate or clarify and indulge, if you, if you were one of these providers of housing, investor, developers, they're all the same words. Some are pro, some are anti. But if you were just a creator of units, I'll try to keep it as objective as possible. How does it being already entrenched in the bylaw versus you having to go to a variance and get it, achieve it, earn it? How does that change your thought process? Or you actually take the action to get that unit versus not building it?
Well, it's incredibly hard to have an investor and say to them, okay, I want you to envision this. You put $700,000 into a unit that doesn't cash flow, doesn't make any money. It's currently rented below market rates. We don't want to evict those people. The only way to make this work is to put a unit in the back. It's going to cost you another $250,000, but we may or may not be able to do it. We're going to have to spend $10,000 in architecture fees, engineering fees, trust engineering fees, application fees, and landscaping fees to find out whether or not it'll be approved. And then you're going to have to hold on to that asset for 3 or 4 months until we go through the minor variance, until we do all of that, at which point you'll know whether or not you're successful. I wouldn't sign up for that deal.
Wow. Oh, wow.
And then they're not going to be built.
I'll close off on that based on your answer on this question. Some people say yes, some people say no, some people are heated on this question. Should there be, in your opinion, should council as policymakers, not the market, but as policymakers, as somebody said earlier, should we view or interpret people differently, whether they are a resident who lives in the house and wants to put the ADU for grandma, for grandpa, for his students, it doesn't matter the reason, owner occupied, and maybe their numbers make sense, but they bought their house when it was 140,000 back in 2002. Should we as policymakers view them different than an investor who has money, who's only there to make a profit, who doesn't live in the neighborhood? Should we view them different because their numbers don't work when they're buying it at 700, or what's your opinion on that?
No, I think the only way to grow anything at scale is to make it work for everybody. If you want additional affordable housing, you would do that outside of the bylaws, and you would do that through grants or through additional programs or through government-funded development of affordable housing. We can't be prejudicial.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Lehman.
Question of clarification, Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman and Ms. Holden. You went pretty fast, and just trying to process all you said. But if you don't mind, maybe sending me your notes on your deputation would be helpful for me. But maybe just clarification. You started out by mentioning that the smallest unit that you could build in the coach homes would roughly be about $1,000 gross cost to the homeowner. Can you just clarify that again, and just what per square foot your findings, your investigation have come that is reasonable, please?
Sure. So the square foot doesn't impact it as much as you would think, because some of those square feet are just containing air, and some of those square feet are containing mechanical systems and plumbing. So there's a certain cost to any building when you're talking about digging a trench and hooking up utilities and hooking up plumbing. So the quotes that I've received for building something that was approximately 600 square feet was approximately $250,000. So we're looking at about $250,000 to construct one of these. Now, there are some people that GC on their own. There are some people that have economies of scale and can purchase en masse. But if you were to go to a regular citizen and they had to hire a builder and get something like this done, you're looking at $250,000. So $250,000 at 3% interest, if you made interest only payments, would be about $7,500 a year, which is about $600 a month. So you have $600 a month just in debt coverage at the lowest interest rates known to man at this point, right? You have to make assumptions that interest rates are going to go up while you're carrying it. You need to have a bit of debt pay down. There's also going to be an increase in utility cost, an increase in insurance cost, an increase in taxes. So when you roll all of that in, you're very easily up to the $1,000 a month range without any debt pay down at all, which the banks, in all honesty, will not allow you to do. You know, the banks will not allow you to get into a deal where you can't make a little bit of profit and that you can't have, you know, a window for vacancies or a window for repairs and that sort of thing. So once you add all of that in, it is virtually impossible in any sort of commercially financed way to produce these things for under $1,200 a month. Like it's just not feasible.
Thank you, Rachel. So, I mean, just so we're clear here, you're saying that to build a coach home, your findings, your research, that it's going to cost you roughly about $400 a square foot?
You can't really boil it down to square feet, because if you were to do something that was $200 a square foot, the cost might be $600, because the architecture costs, the design costs, the servicing costs would all, let's put a number of there, being $75,000. You're paying $75,000, whether it's 200 square feet or 800 square feet, because those additional square feet are just containing hardwood floor or just containing air. So to boil it down to a square footage is kind of unfair, unfortunately.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much, Ms. Holden. A quick question and clarification. Councillor Harvey, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm just curious, with the way Ms. Holden's describing things, it sounds like she's explored this opportunity but hasn't actually built one. Am I correct in assuming that, Ms. Holden?
No, you're not, actually. So I own a few of these, and I have a couple that are in the permit process right now. And I have one that's in the site exemption process right now because it's in an RM2. So what is coming back to me with the requests for the RM2, it's been admittedly a bit of a painful process because the transportation department is not the same, doesn't have the same needs as the Parks and Rec department. So going through all of this has cost thousands of dollars extra to get additional reports and additional engineering. So the need for all of these to go through site plan is going to increase costs substantially. I would say probably about $10,000 in costs for each of these units. And then if the site plan doesn't go through, that $10,000 will then be added to the cost of the ones that do go through. If there's only like a 50% approval rate or whatever, it will end up affecting affordability.
Just to follow up, Mayor Lehman, on page 15, where it talks about the scope site plan, not a full site plan, it specifically states that the fee involved is $307.77. From that, how do you come to your $10,000 figure that you just spoke of?
Well, you have to get a site plan drawn with an architect. You have to have those permits drawn up, and that's like $3,000. Then you have to have engineering stamps done, which is another $1,000. Then you have carrying costs of possibly carrying a property that is actually negative cash flow and is costing you money the entire time it's going through the process. My understanding is the process typically takes 8 to 10 weeks. My assumption is that if more of these have to go through the process is going to in fact take longer. Then they've asked me in my site plan to come back with a tree canopy survey. So now I need to hire an arborist and have not only my property surveyed, but have 6 meters on the adjacent property surveyed as well, because there may be a tree 6 meters, which let's be real, is almost 20 feet on somebody else's property that I now have to take into consideration. So all of those things together is where I got my estimate of 10,000.
Okay. Do you think, though, it would be prudent upon the city to just allow people to place these anywhere on the footprint of the backyards, opposed to having some controls by our professional staff in the planning department?
No,
So I will allow Ms. Holden,
Sure.
if you could give us a quick answer to that question. We do have more deputants, and then we have to get to the matter. Go ahead.
Sure. I believe that the planning department in their expertise had suggested 3 meters. It somehow got changed to 7. 3 meters, I think, is fair and is something that would allow a decent amount of units to be built without it encroaching on other people. The site plan process, I think, is too cumbersome personally, and I really hope that that's not accepted, because it's going to cause problems.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Holden. And if you can forward your bullet points or whatever notes you've got to the clerk, if you're willing to share them, she will make sure they're distributed to all members of council. And I'm sure we'd appreciate that input, as we appreciate everyone's input tonight. So thanks for being here. Our final deputation tonight is Taylor McAleer. Taylor, welcome to Barrie City Council. And you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, good evening, everyone. I've been a Barrie resident for just over 50 years, and I've lived on William Street in Ward 8 for most of it. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I support the proposed changes regarding the detached accessory suites in Barrie. I also encourage further restrictions in this regard that would see any reduction in the carbon footprint or the consumption of green space in the city. Ideally, you know, the goal should be home ownership opportunity and not really so much rental availability. The irony is that the current housing price crisis is also being fueled by the developers that are purchasing the very same homes that are within the means of first-time home buyers. They're taking home ownership opportunities away by decreasing the availability of lower priced homes. Typically, these modest homes with the larger backyards are being sought after for the development of these detached suites. You know, no one's forced to own a home, but as a consequence, they are being forced to rent. Families looking for starter homes are being deprived of the right to affordable home ownership when they face competition by investors looking to change the land use for profit. You know, I've kind of heard too often this notion that developers are meeting a call and providing a service to those in need, and this claim of altruism or humanitarianism is kind of repugnant when the motives are financial. When the change to a property incorporates the addition of these detached accessory suites, you know, the change is quite permanent. Immediately it becomes less affordable, and furthermore would generally only attract those looking to create income. It alters the homogeneous nature of the neighborhood that was created to support the single family unit. The people adjacent to these properties, you know, we have rights too, and reasonable expectations regarding the neighborhood in which we made our investments in. I had no reason to think that an adjacent property would be able to double or triple its family unit capacity. Even less reason to ever think the number of dwellings would double. You know, there is and was no precedence. It is and was unheard of. And to me, it's a bit of a deception and inconsistent with the existing zone ordinances. I don't think I would have made my biggest life investment here otherwise. I invested in a heritage neighborhood and one that was set on preservation. Sadly, what may come to be is displacement of maybe some long-time or low-income residents who incur higher property taxes because the market values inflate with the addition of the detached accessory suites. I believe significant guidelines are needed to prevent our neighborhoods from being commercialized. My request would be to see targeted affordability programs, maybe start focusing on underdeveloped areas instead of battling for greater density in existing family areas. There are circumstances where detached accessory suites are just not appropriate based on good land planning principles. And more so now than ever, increasing our carbon footprint in this manner is irresponsible. Valid design considerations are needed, particularly in heritage areas. I would also suggest that there be limits in the number of detached accessory suites allowed per ward and even per street. I'm also asking council to pose some sort of rent control measures to ensure affordable housing. But overall, I'm supporting the changes proposed here this evening, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. McAleer. Any questions or clarification from members of council? Okay, seeing none. Madam Clerk, I think that completes our list of deputants for tonight, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it does, Mayor Lehman.
Okay. We will very shortly debate this matter as part of the Planning Committee report, but after 3.5 hours, I'm sure we could use a break. So I'm going to call it 10-minute recess. Please put your cameras back on at 9:36 and we will pick up the discussion of this matter. Okay, 10-minute recess. Okay, folks, if you can turn your cameras back on, we will come back to order in a moment here. Okay, welcome back to Barrie City Council. I will call the meeting back to order. I neglected to thank all the deputants. I know almost all of them have stayed online, and thank you for continuing to be here tonight. Thank you in particular for taking the time to come to speak to City Council tonight. When we have a couple of hours of deputations, you always learn a lot, and I certainly learned a lot tonight myself. We will now move to the committee reports, and that is where we will very shortly consider this matter. Deputy Mayor Ward, I believe you have the motions.
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section A of the Planning Committee report dated September 21st, 2021 is circulated to be received.
Thanks. It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section A of the Planning Committee report dated September 21st, 2021 is circulated be received. This is to receive the reports from the public meetings, the application for zoning bylaw amendment for 284 and 286 Dunlop West, and for 520 and 526 Big Bay Point Road, just to receive the reports of the public meeting. Comments or questions on Section A? Okay, seeing none. Those in favor? Anybody opposed? None. That carries. Thank you. Section B, please.
Sorry about the noise. My printer came to life suddenly in the middle of that. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section B of the Planning Committee report dated September 21st, 2021 is circulated to be adopted.
Thank you. It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Section B of the Planning Committee report dated September 21st, 2021 is circulated be adopted. This is the Community Improvement Plan Grant Approvals Summary report. Comments or questions on Section B? Seeing none, those in favor of Section B? Anybody opposed? Nobody opposed. That carries. Section C, please.
Myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section C of the Planning Committee report dated September 21st, 2021 is circulated to be adopted.
Easy for you to say. It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section C of the Planning Committee report dated September 21st is circulated be adopted. This is the proposed citywide amendment to the comprehensive zoning bylaw for affordable housing. We're aware of a couple of amendments. Why don't we deal with Councillor Harvey, yours first? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Jim Harris, that motion 21P023 of Section C of the Planning Committee report dated September 21st, 2021 concerning the proposed citywide amendment to the comprehensive zoning bylaw 2009-141 for affordable housing be amended by adding the following paragraphs. That staff in the development services and legislative and court services departments investigate proactive enforcement of second suites and detached accessory dwellings for a period of 18 months with allocation for one additional zoning officer and one additional municipal law enforcement officer for this same period, and report back to General Committee on compliance success. That additional costs for staff for a period of 18 months be presented for consideration as a part of the 2022 annual operating budget.
Okay, thanks very much. We have an amendment by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Harris, that the following paragraphs be added to the recommended motion on this matter. That staff and development services and legislative and court services investigate proactive enforcement of second suites and detached accessory dwelling units for a period of 18 months with allocation for 1 additional zoning officer and 1 additional municipal law enforcement officer for the same period, and report back to General Committee on compliance success. Also, that the additional cost for staff for a period of 18 months be presented for consideration as part of the 2022 annual operating budget. Go ahead, Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Obviously, the last time we spoke about this matter, I brought something very different forward in way of a licensing. And after much discussion with staff over the last 2 weeks, we have come up with this as the best route to be able to combat the issues. Many of us, if not all of us, have regularly, even before this particular subject hit the council table, been receiving complaints in regards to second suites and sometimes detached dwellings even before this 2019 legislation existed. And this is a small way to change the way that our staff deals with these units, and will now deal with it in a proactive manner opposed to a reactive manner. Historically, due to staffing levels, I've been advised that they just haven't had the enforcement staff to be able to deal with this on a proactive basis, and have been relying on residents to complain about their neighbors and the issues around some of the units that are in and around their neighborhoods, which obviously sometimes places neighbors into a bit of a dispute themselves if it ever is disclosed or figured out who may have called on them. So this gives staff the ability to deal with it on a proactive basis, which I think is a far more better way to combat the issue. Especially too, we've had extensive discussions, especially with all the issues in Ward 1 around the college and stuff. This will also assist in that pilot project to insist that everybody is staying safe, and that the bylaws are being complied with, and those that are violating are dealt with appropriately.
Thanks very much, Councillor Harvey. Any comments, members of council, on the proposed amendment? Okay, I'll start with Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Question to Councillor Harvey through you. Should we loop in Georgian College as part of your pilot, Councillor Harvey? And I'm referring to specifically the fact that you said, obviously this is a response citywide, but a lot of the concerns we've heard from Ward 1. So as a couple of the deputies said, when enrollment is going up, domestic, international, whatever it may be, and supply is not going up, it's spilling over into the neighborhood. So I'm wondering if that stakeholder should be looped into your pilot program, or if you don't deem it necessary at the moment.
Go ahead, Councillor Harvey. Sorry, trying to find.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be quite honest with you. I don't see the need that we need to single out any one stakeholder within the city. This is worded in a very global manner. It's not targeting any one area. I solely highlighted the fact that we obviously had extensive discussions previously, and as a result, we have the pilot project going in the Georgian area. But this is going to be citywide. This is not discriminating or targeting any one area. This will be citywide is the intent of this motion.
Okay, thanks. Then Councillor Morales, Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Councillor Harvey, and then maybe to staff if needed. Thank you for bringing this forward. I think it is a great opportunity for us to explore how we support attaching resources to expectations around safety and addressing concerns we've heard from residents. Should it need a friendly, I guess I was looking to clarify whether or not you feel, because I'm glad you referenced verbally that this could support the Ward 1 absentee landlord pilot, but I'm wondering if there's any type of, without naming it, if any of that initiative would fall through, if it actually isn't a secondary suite or an accessory suite, and we've got landlords that are occupying single dwelling homes that don't actually classify in the absentee landlord. So would it be amiss not to formally include it in the motion? I'll look to you, Councillor Harvey, if you think it's fine as is, and or if staff need specific direction, if we think this is a resource that could support the Ward 1 pilot.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Worship. The reason it's worded the way it is solely because the matter that's before us tonight is solely to do with detached dwellings and second suites. And again, I don't know that we necessarily need to include it specifically. This would afford staff to be able to do their job, and I think it gets a little dangerous when councillors, elected officials, start to direct too much in the way that they enforce bylaws or provincial offenses. So I think it's probably a little more prudent to leave it as broad as possible and allow staff to do their job appropriately.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. Maybe I'll redirect this question to staff because maybe I didn't frame my question appropriately, but would staff, for staff, do we have a resource tied to the Ward 1 pilot from an enforcement perspective, or would we need to address that in the considerations around our budget for 2022 at a later date?
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Marlene. I'll answer you to Councillor Congo. The absentee landlord report is coming in the next couple of weeks to General Committee for consideration. So the staffing considerations for that program will be separate from what Councillor Harvey is proposing tonight.
Great, thank you. I just didn't want it to be a missed opportunity, and I'm fine with it as is.
Thanks, Councillor Congo. Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Councillor Harvey, can you just maybe give me the broad brush strokes there? 18-month pilot, and exactly what are you proposing in that pilot? Sorry, you kind of read it kind of fast. I wasn't catching up fast enough.
Councillor Harvey.
Great. Yeah, so in a nutshell, it basically changes the way with the additional resources that could be added if approved at budget time. It would then afford staff to take a proactive approach opposed to solely a reactive approach is what it gets down to in the crux of it.
Okay, so there's nothing from now until we pass something a budget effective immediately. And then when you say law enforcement, do you mean, what exactly do you mean?
The amendment would be looking at possibly one additional bylaw enforcement officer and one additional zoning compliance officer.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'll be definitely supportive of it, Councillor Harvey. I just want to get some clarification, so thank you.
Okay, I did see someone else indicate, was it Deputy Mayor Ward? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Lehman. I think my questions were just asked. Just to clarify, so this motion is only directing the staff to bring forward a recommendation at budget time about hiring the staff. We're not doing anything to budget time, correct? Okay. And the second question was, I assume when you say proactive enforcement of second suites, it's property standards, everything. It's not just whether they're legal second suites. It's the other matters as well that often arise out of complaints, parking complaints, property standards complaints, that sort of thing. Is that the kind of thing we're going to be proactively enforcing?
Councillor Harvey.
Councillor Harvey.
I'll be very honest with you. The wording in there is directly related just to second suites and detached dwellings. If staff see fit to deal with other matters while they're there for these specific things, that's where I think us as councillors need to really stay out of directing that piece of it. But I see Ms. Cook has turned on her camera, so she may be able to advise better.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Through you to Deputy Mayor Ward. The enforcement officer that is part of the motion would be looking after the property standards issues, the parking issues that may be related to the second suites as a result from this bylaw. And then we're also requesting a zoning compliance officer. So they would make sure that the dwelling units are in compliance with the zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments on Councillor Harvey and Councillor Harris's proposed amendment? Okay, I'm going to support this. I think proactive enforcement is something we've been looking at for some time in different areas of the city, but particularly related to issues around property standards. And with the accessory dwellings, yeah, there's more work, more units, more work, but particularly for second suites, because that is an issue. Councillor Harvey's quite right. That has increased over the years with the number of second suites. And I do think we owe it to our residents when a change is made like this, that allows a new type of land use or a new, form of apartment in an area, to enforce our own laws, and to move to proactive enforcement, to me, is supporting the legitimate concerns that can come around some of these types of uses. So I'm going to support the amendment as well, and I'll call the question. Those in favor of the amendment, please indicate. Anybody opposed? None? That carries. Okay, I'm aware there's one other amendment. Councillor Morales, I believe. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'm just pulling it up here. Thank you very much. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McCann. The amendment is as follows: that the rear yard setback of 7 meters be reduced to 5 meters. And
okay, and this I know was...
Yeah, my apologies. I'm also referencing section, the section is printed. I'm just pulling it up here. One second, Mayor Lehman.
1A?
I'm referencing section A, 1A.
Yeah. Okay, so it's moved by Councillor Morales, seconded by Councillor McCann, that section C of the Planning Committee report dated September 21st, 2021 be amended as follows in paragraph 1A to replace the 7-meter setback with 5-meter setback. Go ahead, Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. So as obviously we've had time since the last meeting. I think that a reasonable compromise that's sensible to the existing community, as well as for the ability to add these units in a meaningful way, where they actually have banks and applicants who are able to bring them to the supply, is sensible. I think if a applicant needs any variance more than 5 meters, I do think that the checks and balances of committee of adjustment on a per case basis is appropriate. But this is just a happy medium between the 3 meters and the 7 meters, having heard the feedback from both sides.
Excuse me. Thanks, Councillor Morales. Comments on the amendment? Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've first got a question for staff. Probably Ms. Miller would be probably the best one, because actually we've had some discussions specifically about this over the past 2 weeks. In your professional opinion, with the mapping that's been done at the current 7 meters that we passed 2 weeks ago, in your professional opinion, is there still lots of opportunity for this to be the initial phase of the detached dwellings here in the city of Barrie? Does it give the city a fair amount of potential units available throughout the city?
Ms. Miller.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Harvey. Certainly when I saw the map that you had requested be presented, I do feel that it provides significant opportunity for detached accessory dwelling units in the city, even at the 7 meters.
Great, thank you. Those are all my questions, Your Worship.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Councillor Riepman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to support this amendment. We had quite an extensive discussion about this at our general committee meeting last couple of weeks ago. And I don't want to rehash all of that, but it seems to me that in all of our zoning bylaws, in all of the categories, our rear yard setback is 7 meters. And for anybody that has a house behind their house, the expectation is that the rear yard setback is going to be 7 meters. We've heard a lot tonight about the privacy concerns, the backyard needs, all those kind of things, and 3 meters or 5 meters just doesn't cut it. I think there's lots to be said for having a very consistent rear yard across the city. And 7 meters has been established over the years. And that seems to me to be a very sensible solution. Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that. That seems to be to me, makes perfect sense to leave it where we've decided it a couple of weeks ago. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Riepma. Councillor Elwin.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I have a question for staff on this. There was some material provided to us by a deputant who actually didn't end up doing a deputation, but I was looking through and there was something that caught my eye, and it's around the maximum area of glazed openings and exterior walls of houses, so windows that are allowed. Does changing the setback from 7 meters to 5 meters change the number of allowable windows on the exterior walls?
Great question, Mrs. Miller.
Great question. Thank you for that, Councillor Elwin. I don't have the answer for that specifically, and I'm not sure that we have anybody from our building department here. That is generally a building department standard. I will see if Ms. Banfield knows the answer. While she's logging on, I will say that and definitely in terms of setbacks, we do try and ensure that the viewing into sort of habitable spaces from windows, it reflects the code and is minimized for privacy. But I don't believe that I know the answer to specifically whether that reduction will change things.
Ms. Banfield.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Aylwin. So the Ms. Miller is correct in the sense that the openings are definitely related to the building code. And so when we did prepare the mapping to show you, there is on page 3 of that memo, there's the limitations as it relates to the building code. And we just basically did a standard application of a separation from the main building to identify, to capture those openings to the greatest extent possible. It was not possible, I'm sure, I hope anyway, council can appreciate, it was not possible for us to look at every single parcel, every single home, every single opening to try to do these maps. We really tried to make some of those assumptions, and those are outlined on page 3 of the memo. And this was really to try to give council just a view of what properties would be impacted with the 7-meter rear yard.
Okay, but specifically, if the setback is changed, does it affect the amount of glazing area you can have on the wall facing the rear yard?
So again, Ms. Banfield was giving you an indication of that limitation distance between the main building and the detached accessory dwelling unit, not the rear yard setback as you've asked. So I unfortunately, Councillor Aylwin, I don't have a specific answer for whether or not that reduction would have an impact. I'm sorry, I don't have it.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. My concern here is that I would hate for there to be an unintended consequence of having this 7-meter setback allow for more windows to be added to the accessory dwelling, which would make the privacy issue for the surrounding neighbors worse. So if the 5-meter setback would reduce the total allowable number of windows on the exterior walls, I think that would be a positive thing and would achieve what Councillor Riepma and the residents who spoke this evening are looking for. So in my mind, it's kind of an important question, but I guess we're
Ms. Miller's waving. I'm guessing we've got some information. Go ahead.
I'll just say through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Elwin, taking into consideration that the rear yard setback for many properties is 7 meters now. I can't see that there would be an additional restriction in terms of those windows in that scenario, because 7 meters is a standard rear yard setback. So I think you're looking at apples and apples in terms of the number of windows, but unfortunately I don't have whether or not there would be a restriction, because that is a building code situation, and I don't have anybody from our building team on the call tonight.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Owen. Councillor Jim Harris.
Great, thank you, Mayor Lehman. Maybe one question through you to Ms. Miller. A few deputies tonight talked about the size that was chosen to do the mapping. I wonder if you just wanted to give them a chance to speak to that, why that size was chosen. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question through you, Mayor Lehman. I think that it's important to understand that that the size that was chosen is the minimum size of a tiny home that is allowed by provincial legislation. And so when we try and do these illustrations for council to give you the sort of the maximum that you are going to see in our community if these standards were applied, we took the smallest unit that would be able to be built. However, we have to recognize that as pointed out by some of the deputants, that number of properties that will accommodate detached accessory dwelling units will probably be fewer, because some people will choose to build closer to the maximum. And I think, as the map showed, it's around 700 or 800 square feet would be the maximum permitted floor area, based on the percentages that were identified in terms of the size of the primary dwelling. So Councillor Harris, the 188 square feet is the minimum amount that a tiny home is allowed by provincial legislation, and we wanted to give you that maximum that you might see in lots that would be provided in the city.
Great, thank you, Ms. Miller. Maybe one follow-up. If I missed it, I apologize. Was there a number, like we saw the green and the red? I don't know if I saw a number of how many lots would still be eligible for a secondary dwelling with the proposed recommendations. Was it on there?
No, it was not on there. Through you, Mayor Lehman, we gave you a visual representation as opposed to counting up all of the lots, because really it was supposed to give you an illustration as opposed to a specific. It will ebb and flow as we apply additional criteria on a site-specific basis.
Thank you. I was going to start counting, but I stopped. So anyway, thank you very much. That's all.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Other comments on the proposed amendment? Okay. Did anyone have anything further? I was just going to make a couple of comments before I call the question. Councillor Morales, do you have a question?
Yeah, a question, not a comment.
Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Through Ms. Banfield, if you can, it's been referenced that the standard that quote unquote normal homes, standalone homes, are treated to our 7-meter setback. Could you speak to requests for variances on that? Just because it's my understanding that while that might be the standard at 7 meters, there's usually variances, but I wouldn't know how common that is, the volume, et cetera.
Ms. Banfield, how much volume do we have in terms of requests for relief from the 7-meter rear yard setback?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Morales, I don't have numbers in terms of what our application numbers are in terms of how many we do get. We certainly do see minor variances for rear yards, but I don't have that number.
Okay, thank you. Just as follow-up, Ms. Banfield, while you may not have a specific number on that, generalities are acceptable at this point. I think we're making very important decisions and just need a little bit context. Is it something that is rarely requested and rarely granted? More or less, we see it a lot and it's usually granted, or we basically see it in every application. I'm just trying to understand if we're going to qualify the 7-meter setback as the standard bearer for equity on treating ADUs as the same as any other units. I'm wondering if that in itself is a restriction parameter that the market seems to be working within or requesting variance.
Through your Mayor Lehman to Councillor Morales, I wouldn't suggest that rear yard setback minor variances are all that common. And if there were any that were, beyond the scope of the 4 tests of a minor variance, then staff would recommend that they go through a zoning bylaw amendment. So council doesn't see too many of those standalone zoning bylaw amendments for rear yards. So it's not super common, and it would, like everything with a minor variance, would be done on a case-by-case basis, taking into account the context of the neighborhood.
Sorry, my apologies. I just realized I didn't actually frame the question properly. When people apply for zoning, not for a minor variance, my apologies. When you see people going to neighborhoods and just, creating maybe more denser communities, townhouses, backs to backs, is the 7-meter setback something that they usually request a variance on their rezoning application? Sorry, my apologies. Speaking to that, not necessarily minor variances on one-off properties.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Morales, we often do see in zoning bylaw amendments, rear yard setbacks reduced to around the 5-meter mark. And in the secondary plan areas, some of them are, some of the subdivisions there have a 5-meter rear yards. But again, there's the difference between obviously looking at one unit and kind of looking at, a whole entire subdivision or something, or a bigger development proposal.
Okay, fair enough. So in this scenario, it'd actually be less intrusive. How do you see the applicant actually mitigate privacy concerns in those higher density rezoning proposals when a 5-meter or a 5.5 or a 6, whatever that number may be, basically anything but a 7? What do you usually see in those applications applicants do for privacy concerns to be mitigated?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Morales, it's a variety of tools, I guess, if you will. Sometimes it's fencing, sometimes it's landscaping, sometimes it's restricting balconies. As I said, it really does depend on, again, the context and what you're actually separating from. But as I said, there's a variety of tools for that.
Okay, and those tools are at site plan if they're not proactively brought by the applicant, Ms. Banfield? Is that taking care of that site plan, or?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Morales, it's usually a combination. Some things like landscape strips and fencing and those types of things are factored into the zoning bylaw, and some things are a little bit more closer to the ground and dealt with that site plan.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other comments on the proposed amendment? Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, I've just been doing some quick Googling and researching here, Your Worship. It appears that for residential purposes, the side of the glazing is not to exceed 17%, but can go up as high as 22%, providing you upgrade the U value of the glazing. That was the most information that I could find on it through a Town of Bradford, West Gwillimbury post here.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Harvey. Related to the amendment, which is to go from a 7-meter to a 5-meter rear yard setback. Any further comments? This one I could actually, I could go either way on, but I am going to vote against the change and hold on to the 7 meters. The effect of this is pretty straightforward. It's going to do 3 things. It's going to result in smaller accessible dwelling, or at least accessory dwelling units, because the buildable footprint will be smaller on lots. That will mean some lots it's no longer possible. On other lots, it will mean the footprint will need to be smaller. Part of the problem I think we are combating with these changes is that too many units have been constructed that aren't affordable, and I'll come back to that in a moment. So constructing smaller units, not necessarily a bad thing. 2, you'll see fewer of them built, and that's just a reality. Depending on your point of view, that's either a good thing or a bad thing. And the third issue is they'll be further from the back fence, and that's the main reason that I am going to support this. I think that in so many situations, the issue of privacy is substantial still at 3 meters, which is why I supported this in the first place. You can argue that a 6-foot difference isn't going to make a big difference for privacy. Well, it's also not going to make a big difference in terms of the buildable area. So for many, many lots, it'll still be governed by the other provisions of the bylaw. But what it will do is keep the windows of the dwelling and the side of the new dwelling back as far as people have come to expect in their neighborhoods, because as was rightly pointed out, this is the standard in other residential zones. I think the one other thing I wanted to say about this, though, because it's a conscious, action that will result in fewer ADUs likely in the city and smaller ADUs in situations where they're created. I think one of the things I really learned tonight, and I learned this from Rachel's presentation as much as the research that was done tonight, is, the economics of these mean that they're not affordable. You can't build them to be affordable. You've got to put in site servicing and go through a process that means even if you were to construct a tiny home as Ms. Holden outlined, at 200 square feet, you've still got all your fixed costs that are the same, running pipes and servicing and all, and the approval costs and so forth. And the reality is, of the 42 units that have been created, almost none of them meet the city's definition of affordable housing. Let's be honest here. I looked at a couple of the companies' listings. They're all in the $1,900, $2,000, $2,100 range. So we're not directly creating affordable housing with these. So, creating a larger setback is not going to create more affordable housing or a smaller setback to permit more of these. Doesn't matter. We're not creating more affordable housing. The province's goal with this may have been to do that, but I'll come back to that on the main motion. So specifically on the setback issue, I think the point has been made that this is going to constrain the supply. I mean, that's obvious in the memo that's on the circulation list. However, if you look at the map, and even if you considered a larger footprint, which obviously some would not be possible given the map was based on a small footprint, there are still many, 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 many opportunities to do ADUs in the city. And to be honest, if we're not creating affordable housing directly, then the only argument for this can be more supply is generally a good thing. And, yes, it may ultimately help to lower costs of housing in the city of Barrie to permit more of these with a smaller setback. But one institutional property, which will now be allowed as of right zoning as of tonight, that's the piece of this bylaw that nobody's talking about. That one opportunity is going to create more new units of rental supply than have been created by all of the ADUs built in Barrie to date. So if we're serious about fighting the housing crisis, more accessory dwelling units at best has a very marginal impact, and it has no direct impact on the supply of affordable units. And so I see the argument for allowing them more broadly as of right to be weaker. And as a result, I'm going to vote for the tighter setbacks, the bigger setbacks. So I'll call the question. The question is to go from 7 to 5 meters. Those in favor of the amendment, please indicate. Okay, those opposed? Okay, that amendment fails. On the main motion as amended, are there any further amendments? Councilor Morales, amendment.
Sorry, I didn't hear the word amendment, not amendment, just.
Okay, if there are no other amendments, any further comments? Councilor Morales.
My apologies, thank you. I learned, as it was echoed today, a lot from these deputations that people made. And I was just trying to write down some quick comments here. Really learned a lot from the deputy's presentation where she took us through the construction economics. Because the fact of the matter, Council, is when land prices are too high in our community for developers, investors, whatever, unit creators, whatever name you want to give them, it does affect our community. It's literally tearing our community apart. Those land inputs, the cost of an ADU or the cost of a single attached home or the cost of a 50-story condo, those have a direct input correlation into the affordability of our units. So it is absolutely our business in terms of how much land costs. And I really do feel for the East End specifically. I feel for them, as I believe another presenter alluded to earlier. They have had thousands of more people move into the area, a lot of them, a great majority of them students, with barely a dent in units. Anybody watching this council meeting, go take a look at proposed developments of the last decade or so on our city website, Ward 1 has a drop in the bucket compared to other wards. And as a result of having less units, it's pitting families in a accidental struggle to find places to rent, to find places to buy, with market forces such as the person, the investor, the developer who buys a home to rent it out. These are reactions out of the root issue. And the root issue is really supply. What's worse is this issue is spilling over into Ward 3. It's already there. Lionsgate, other areas, Ward 2 as well, west of Duckworth into Rose. These communities already know it. And I think it's only going to get worse. I will be voting in favor of this. I do have concerns about how it's been watered down. I think basements should have been included in a 5-meter setback. Could have been a compassionate compromise on this. But I'm voting for this because I want it to succeed. And I'm going to echo again Mayor Lehman's comment about, since I'm talking about dropping the bucket, one's institutional rezoning will do what years of this policy will do, 100%. So we need to do all these things. They need to be done in unison. And once again, because of the supply issue we have, it is tearing communities apart. Very few people want these ADUs, but it is a market response that, once again, I do feel for the residents of the East End. And having been someone who grew up in that area, I see exactly the impact that it's had. So what is what do I see it being the solution for those residents that are here and waiting for this to be voted on? Because this is related to the comment I'm going to say. We need your support as a community in getting more missing middle density in areas that it's appropriate, getting it on those main roads. Because again, one of those projects will do what decades of this might do in your neighborhoods. And that doesn't mean that you go out and become a developer, but we have an official plan coming up, and we need obviously input, and we need some strength as policymakers to make sure that missing middle is essentially brought into the supply, because this is a symptom of a root cause. I love the bylaw enforcement idea. I love a couple of the amendments, but I want to make sure we get to the root issue, and that definitely is supply. So I will be optimistically voting in favor of it and hoping that we see appropriate missing middle upzoning in areas of the city so it can take off the burden from these neighborhoods that are really bearing it every day.
Thanks, Councilor Morales. Other comments on the amendment, or at least the main motion as amended? Deputy Mayor Ward, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I just want to say that this isn't our first crack at it. We passed the bylaw when we first allowed them. That wasn't quite effective. We learned our mistake. We've certainly heard from residents whose lives have been affected in one way or the other, and we're now making a second attempt at it. I don't think it's going to be perfect, and hopefully in another year and a half we'll take a look at it and decide if it's worked or if it hasn't worked based on the feedback from the public. I think there's some very good comments made tonight. I mean, even the one about, maybe the 7-meter setback's not appropriate when somebody backs onto, they said commercial or industrial. I'd even add institutional or green space or a reverse frontage lot where they're backing onto a road. I think all those have the potential maybe is to not be the, maybe 7 meters is too much in those kind of locations. They can go and apply for a committee of adjustment, but I think we'd have to look at these. After some of the comments that I think hopefully we'll look at it again in a year and a half. But for now, I think this proposed bylaw that we're going to pass tonight will take care of at least a lot of the complaints, and I've had a lot of them. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Ward. Any other comments? Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think after much debate, especially 2 weeks ago, I think we've ended up in a good place, especially for I guess we could call this phase 1 of this. And obviously, this was pushed on all municipalities as a result of provincial legislation. And we heard about the expense in building these, which obviously building anything nowadays is not cheap. But the one thing that I found a little peculiar is not one of these investors spoke about how they were building them on their own properties where they reside. And if these were such a great financial way of conducting business, and we heard them refer to our residents as using the NIMBY approach. I had a little bit of concern when they were jumping to that when we didn't hear anything from them about them having these in their own backyards, which indirectly, as far as I'm concerned, is NIMBY on their own behalf. But I think we're in a good place. I'm glad we're sticking with the 7 meters. And Councillor Morales was right. It is tearing our community apart. It's tearing our residents apart because we've seen some destruction because the limits have been pushed until these guidelines are being put in place now because staff didn't have the tools available to them to be able to put some restrictions in the applications that were coming forward. So I'm happy where we are, and I hope everybody else supports us moving forward.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Councillor Jim Harris, did I see you indicate?
Yeah, thank you, Marilyn. I'll be brief, and I appreciate the members of Ward 8 who spoke tonight. I wanted to share something. I won't say who shared this because they didn't give permission, but we received an email today. I thought it was kind of worthwhile reading, and it was from a gentleman's political science 101 course. And his professor said, if you learn nothing else in this course, know this: the feds have all the money, the provinces have all the power, municipalities have all the problems. And so I don't know if that's completely accurate, but I thought it was really interesting given what we've struggled through as a community in trying to get this right. And so the province has tried to support the building of affordable housing. Municipalities have tried to regulate that direction. And, you know, I think that in the spirit of continuous quality improvement, we need to do a better job, because what we did the first time around, 2 things: it created a lot of concern, and it didn't create affordable housing, which was exactly what this was meant to do. So if we really get to the root of the effort, it didn't create affordable housing, and did create a lot of unnecessary hardship for people. And for that, hopefully, these changes will mitigate the negative impacts. Hopefully, we'll see some affordability. And if not, at least we've dealt with one of the issues, which is the problem. So, and the affordable housing issue, and I think some have mentioned, obviously, there's other means to do this, more effective means, the use of density, the use of different kind of built forms, and hopefully our institutional component will help with this as well, getting some partners involved in building more units and hopefully dealing with the affordability. So thank you. I will support this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Kungl.
Thank you, Your Worship. To be brief and to kind of tie to the compliments around our learnings, I know our initiatives tied to affordable housing, the CIP, the engagement we did on the zoning bylaw came to the attention of the Simcoe County Affordable Housing Task Group. And often a lot of interest I've seen around what Barrie's been doing and some learning. So I'm assuming, but I'm hoping that after this evening around the outcome, we are sharing some of these learnings, because I am seeing an interest around how Simcoe County municipalities are looking at incentivizing affordable housing and what has worked and what hasn't worked. So I will assume that staff will be migrating some of the changes up to share that with others. And would just really like to thank staff for bringing this forward and some good process pieces that have supported this dialogue.
Thanks, Councillor Kungl. Other comments on the motion as amended before I call the question? Okay, just 2 quick things I wanted to add. You know, I think the point was made earlier about how many of these accessible dwelling units are truly affordable and whether they can be really constructed affordably. And that was sort of confirmed for me tonight that very, very few are. I did want to note for members of council, the More Homes, More Choices Act, the piece of provincial legislation that allowed everybody to have 3 units on a residential property. This is very new. And the exact wording is: an official plan shall contain policies that authorize the use of additional residential units by authorizing A, the use of 2 residential units in a detached house, semi-detached house, or row house. B, the use of a residential unit in a building or structure ancillary to a detached house, semi-detached house, or row house. The difference there is A is a second suite in your home. B is a whole separate dwelling unit, a new building. And, you know, it's just an enormous difference. I won't deny that second suites, especially if you have a lot of them in people's homes, whether it's a basement apartment, an upstairs apartment, splitting front and back, if you have a lot of them in a neighborhood, it can have somewhat of an impact on the character of the neighborhood with more cars and more people, but it has nowhere near the impact on the character of the neighborhood of this coach houses, and those have obviously caused serious conflict in some neighborhoods. I would note as well for members of council, I know there's been a lot of concern with how a couple of the builders of these coach homes have approached their projects and their relationships with the neighborhoods. That really can't be, you can't make a decision based on how a few individuals acted, as frustrating as that may have been, or as much issue as was caused. It's got to be a policy decision based on solid policy. And to me, that's why I come back to, we're not creating affordable housing here. It may be a good investment opportunity, and it may be something that we wish to permit on lots that are large enough where the impact on the neighborhood can be managed. And I think that's what some of the changes have accomplished. The other comment I would just make is picking up on a comment that several of you made, because I think what's getting lost in tonight, because we're so focused on these ADUs pro and con, is that we're making a major change to allow housing as of right in institutional areas. And that piece of the amendment is going to have a far greater impact on the housing crisis in Barrie than any change, positive or negative, to second suites or ADUs. So I don't want that to get lost, because coming out of this tonight is a substantial change to encourage more affordable housing in a form that we know is affordable, and which has been built already on church properties and on institutional properties elsewhere in the city, particularly for seniors. So all the discussion tonight was around those ADUs, and I understand why, because of the conflict in neighborhoods. However, the real impact tonight is actually from something that got no attention, which is that we are now going to allow institutional properties to be the home potentially for that missing middle, that medium density, that gentle density, which can create and have far more impact in terms of affordable housing. And that's my kind of closing comment. As opposed to other cities around the province, Barrie's housing crisis is much worse in terms of the shortage of supply. And while I recognize SCADA's view that supply is not the only answer, supply of actual affordable housing units is the answer. And we do need to create more supply of smaller units of purpose-built rental. And we're going to have to be more bold than we've been to date. We've created a lot of units, but let's be honest, the average rent has gone up, even while we were creating more second suites and other units. And that to me is the biggest reason to support these changes, because anything we're doing on second suites and ADUs is not going to solve the problem. It hasn't to date. We've probably helped a little. We can help a little bit more with second suites that are responsible. But we're going to need bolder steps to solve the housing crisis in Barrie. That being said, one of those bolder steps is in this motion tonight. It just didn't get any reaction in terms of deputations or discussion, because I think we're all on board with it. So with that, I'll call the question on the motion as amended. Those in favor, please indicate. Any opposed? None. That's carried unanimously by council. Thanks for that. And that is section C as amended. So on to section, do we have a section D, Deputy Mayor Ward, or are we under the general committee meeting now?
We are on to the October 4th meeting. Yes.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section A of the general committee report dated October 4th, 2021 be received.
It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section A of the general committee report dated October 4th, 2021 be received. This is to receive the reports of the Council Compensation Review Committee, Finance and Corporate Services Committee, and City Building Committee. Comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor, please indicate. Anybody opposed? None. That carries. Section B, please.
Myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section B of the general committee report dated October 4th, 2021 be adopted.
Thank you. It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section B of the general committee report dated October 4th, 2021 be adopted. This is the consent items from earlier tonight, which was everything except the washrooms accessibility item. Comments or questions on section B? Okay, seeing none, those in favor, please indicate. Anybody opposed? None. That carries. Section C, please.
By myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section C of the General Committee Report dated October 4th, 2021 be adopted.
Thank you. It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section C of the General Committee Report dated October 4th, 2021 be adopted. This is with regards to the City of Barrie's public washrooms accessibility. Comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor of Section C. Anybody opposed? None. That carries. Okay, that completes the committee reports. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward, Councillor Thompson. We have no deferred business or direct motions tonight. We already did our presentation, and that brings us to inquiries of staff. Deputy Mayor Ward, do you have any inquiries of staff?
I have none.
Members of council, any inquiries of staff? Seeing none, announcements, Deputy Mayor Ward.
I have none.
Councillor Aylwin.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I have two announcements. The first is I'd like to recognize that today is the National Day of Action for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls and Two-Spirit people. And so across Canada today, people are recognizing this stain on our nation. And we talk a lot about the Truth and Reconciliation report on residential schools, but we don't talk a lot about the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls inquiry and the final report from that inquiry, which has over 200 calls to justice that need to be met and achieved. And there has been very little progress on them so far. So I'm wearing a red dress pin on my lapel today to recognize the thousands of Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people who have been murdered or are missing and are still missing today, and our hearts are with them. Sorry, and I have one more announcement I almost forgot. My second announcement is there's another community cleanup at Milligan's Pond organized by Clean Up Barrie and the Friends of Milligan's Pond group. And it is happening on Saturday, October 30th at 9:30 a.m. And residents can go to my website, keenan.ca, to find the link with the details for that community cleanup. Again, October 30th, it's a Saturday at 9:30 a.m. at Milligan's Pond. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Owen, and thanks for making the announcement that I had on missing murdered Indigenous women as well, the Day of Action today. And I would like to recognize there was an online vigil that was held today to recognize that it unfortunately can't do the in-person gathering that has occurred other years. But thanks for making that announcement. Next, I have Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I know it's 10:30 at night, but Councillor Owen reminded me about October 30th. I'm involved with the Rotary. They're doing a great Halloween, carve out competition for the youngsters here in Barrie. There's going to be a costume competition. There's going to be the doctors of the RVH versus some chefs carving out pumpkins. Who's going to be the winner? It really is to rally the community together down at Meridian Place. It is free. You can get a pumpkin there, which you'll get some pizza, some local pizzerias down in Ward 2, down the downtown section, sorry. So if you're interested, please go to the Rotarian website and bring your kids, your grandkids, or if, like Robert Thompson is, a kid at heart, come on down and enjoy the festivities.
Thanks, Councillor McCann. Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Worship. I have two announcements, and forgive me because I'll be reading the reference to some of these. The first one is for those still asking about where to get access to COVID-19 vaccines. Please do continue to check our Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit website. There is a Go Vax bus, so you will see that coming around communities across Simcoe County. But for Barrie, I'm aware that Wednesday, October the 6th, we will have the bus in Barrie. And sorry, Thursday, October the 7th, the Go Vax bus will be in Barrie at the Barrie Public Library from 9 till noon. And again, then at Dean Avenue at the Painswick Library, 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. So please continue to check online at the Health Unit's Facebook site or webpage. My second announcement is regarding the Monarch Ultra Relay Race. So some of you may recall that we had Carlotta come to City Council and share how the initiative around this race is raising awareness around the plight of the monarch butterflies and how important our pollinators are. I'm welcoming you and others to share the news that they will be arriving at City Hall outside by the flagpoles on Saturday between 5 and 6 p.m. Please watch online as there's more details coming, but we will have the runners doing the last leg of an 1,800-kilometer running relay that will finish in our city. And we're hoping to cheer them in. So with a safe distancing, if you're out and about on Saturday the 9th, please do dress up, flap your butterfly wings, bring out the family and clap on the runners on the last leg. They will be coming through Ann Street, Sunnydale Road, Sunnydale Park, Ross Street, Queens Park, Park Street, Toronto Street, Dunlop Street West to Clapperton Street, Collier, and then ending at City Hall. So if convenient, please come out and welcome them in.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kungle. That's a long way to go. Any other announcements? Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to give a big shout out to a group from Barrie that are right now in Cabot, Cape Breton at the RBC PGA Scramble, representing our city and one of our local businesses, the North Swing. So a big shout out to Emil Kamel, Lee Wood, Adam Attila, Claire Brown, and Branson Ferrier. Bring home the big bucks, peeps. I think it's also fitting to congratulate Branson, who won the PGA Assistants Championship in Calgary just a few weeks ago by 2 strokes. He's one heck of a golfer, and the surname may be familiar to a few people in the CAO's office.
Thanks very much, Councillor Harvey. Any other announcements, members of council? Okay, seeing none, I have just a few. I want to proclaim October 2021 as International Dyslexia Awareness Month. Members of the public are invited to participate in Heritage Barrie's Heritage Stakeholders Meeting. That is coming up on Wednesday, October 6th at 6:30 p.m. It's a collaboration with community partners related to promoting cultural heritage preservation, heritage tourism, public art, and the Heritage Awards. You can view the meeting via youtube.com/citybarrie on our channel. The 2021 annual Christmas card art contest is now open. Don't worry, it's just the opening of the art contest. Christmas is still a long way away. Submit a holiday scene, painting, drawing, or photo depicting a Barrie scene or event. Official entry forms are available online and at Service Barrie. Any finished art should be submitted to my office. Submission deadline is the end of the month. Full details and contest entry form is available at barrie.ca/card contest. Culture Days kickstarted on September 24th. It'll be running until October 24th. We, of course, invite our residents and businesses to participate in, celebrate Barrie's diverse and rich arts and culture community. Visit barrie.ca/culture days for details. It will be Battery Collection Week, the first week of November, in partnership with Simcoe County. This is vital to protecting the environment by keeping batteries out of the landfill. Designated battery collection bags will be delivered to Barrie households the week of October 18th. Be placed curbside next to your blue box for collection on your regular collection day. There's details about that on our website. It's budget time coming up in the city of Barrie, and that means, Pterodon, can you hear me? The budget allocator tool is live online. Results will be shared by council during the 2022 budget and business plan deliberations. The budget is scheduled to go to council on December 6th. In the lead up to it, we're inviting everybody to use that budget allocator tool and give us how you think your money should be spent. Couple of extra notes as the construction of the Ann Street Bridge continues. A reminder, Ann is closed from Edge Hill to Donald. There is a free pedestrian Barrie Transit shuttle available at stops either side of the bridge. Effective September 22nd, proof of COVID-19 vaccination to access select indoor services and programs taking place at community centers, arenas, pools, and entertainment cultural venues are required by the Government of Ontario. Some exceptions are permitted under the regulations. You can see barrie.ca/proof of vaccine for more information on what's required at city facilities. Next planning committee meeting is tomorrow, October 5th. We have a public meeting, a single public meeting on tomorrow night's agenda. Also, due to Thanksgiving holiday, Monday, October 11th, next general committee meeting will not be until Monday, October 18th. But we will see you tomorrow night for planning committee. Last item of business on council's agenda is the bylaws. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Thompson that leave be granted to introduce the following bills, and these bills be read a first, second, and third time this day and finally passed. Bills 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, and 89.
It is moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that leave be granted to introduce the following bills. These bills be read a first, second, and third time this day and finally passed. Bill 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, and 89. Comments or questions on the bylaws? Seeing none, those in favor, please indicate. Are any opposed? None. That carries. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson that leave be granted to introduce the following bill, and this bill be read a first, second, and third time this day and finally passed. Bill 90.
That's what you were printing out, wasn't it? Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that leave be granted to introduce the following bill, and this bill be read a first, second, and third time this day and finally passed. Bill 90, the confirmation bylaw. Comments or questions? Seeing none. Oh, those in favor, please indicate. You were going to try and amend the confirmation bylaw, were you, Councillor Thompson? That is carried unanimously. You can have a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Jim Harris, seconded by Councillor Kungle. We're adjourned, and we'll see you tomorrow night for planning committee. Thank you, everyone. Good night.